On February 27th in the year 1505, the King of Portugal, Manuel I, called for a grand assembly. There he wanted to announce his new plan for the conquest of the Indian Ocean. The upper echelon of society quickly congregated into the sovereign's presence to hear his audacious strategy, which would be known as the regimento. From the crowd, two men emerged and approached the king as they were commanded. They were father and son. The older man, Francisco de Almeida, was in his mid-50s. He was a formidable figure who had distinguished himself many times on the field of battle. The younger man, Lorenço de Almeida, Francisco's only son, was in his mid-20s. He was dashing and handsome, intelligent and resourceful. Most of all, he was eager to prove himself to his king, to his country, but especially to his father. The king then brought Francisco closer, and there, in front of this distinguished entourage, he proclaimed him the first viceroy of India, essentially the king's proxy. Lorenço, who was standing a few feet behind, watched with pride and absolute awe of his father as he was granted so high a title. It was later, after the fanfare had ended, that the two men, along with the rest of the high nobility, were ushered into a private chamber where the king began to outline his plan in detail. It was an absolutely bold strategy that bordered on outright arrogance, but it showed that the Portuguese insight into the world of the Indian Ocean was indeed impressive. In less than 1 decade, the Iberian Kingdom had obtained vast amounts of knowledge into the commerce, the vital ports, and the politics of the East. And now King Manuel I was ready to exploit that knowledge. Portugal was not out to simply just trade anymore. It was determined to establish an empire. The regimento would unfold in several stages. Francisco de Almeida was first ordered to take the Swahili coast in East Africa. There he would establish a series of forts at critical port cities where the trade routes of Africa ended. Kilwa, Sofala, Mombasa, Malindi, the list went on. Then the viceroy was instructed to secure allies along the coast of India with another series of forts. Anjadiva, Chaul, Kannur, Kolom, Cochin. Again, the list went on. It was at this point that Gaspar da Gama, the godson of Vasco da Gama, who was at this point regarded as a veteran of Portuguese expansion, a man who had considerable knowledge of the Indian Ocean, not to mention the king's ear, interjected. He convinced King Manuel I that he also needed to go for the heart of Islamic trade. Therefore, blockading the Red Sea where it bottlenecks at its southern end and thereby cutting off all trade to Cairo and Mecca became an extremely high priority in the regimento. Of course, the holy war against Islam would also continue unabated. King Manuel would say to Almeida, "All India should be stripped of the illusion of being able to trade with anyone but ourselves. Expel the Muslims, and if not, wage total war and destruction on them by any means you can on land and sea, so that everything possible is destroyed." In later phases of the Grand Plan, fleets of Portuguese ships would be sent in to patrol the waters and extract annual tribute. Almeida was then ordered to seek out new life and new civilization by pushing the final frontiers of Portugal beyond the subcontinent of India. Ceylon, Malacca, Japan, China, yet again the list went on. As Roger Crowley would put it, it was a mission of war disguised as peace. King Manuel's ambition was enormous. He was convinced it was simply his divine right that this would all be accomplished. Of course, the man he picked for the job was the perfect choice. Roger Crowley, in his book The Conquerors, explains, quote, Almeida was to be the first member of high nobility to lead an India expedition. He was about 55 years old with wide military, diplomatic, and nautical experience. But he also possessed the personal qualities that King Manuel hoped for. Almeida was incorruptible. He was unmoved by the lure of riches. He was benevolent, a widower without ties to home, pious, and mature in his judgments. For many, the attraction of India was the prospect of personal gain. Almeida, on the other hand, was untarnished by the appetites of lesser men. He valued titles above bales of spice. And, most importantly, he knew how to fight. End quote. On March 25, 1505, the new Viceroy of India walked down a triumphant procession with his son. As they made their way, the king and the aristocracy gave them their blessing. Both father and son were impressively dressed for the occasion. It was a clear message to everyone: the Almeida family would be commanding this voyage. The armada set out from Lisbon. It was massive, 21 ships with over 1,500 men. It was so big that even a few women managed to sneak on board. At the helm were experienced sailors and captains. Some had already made the India run before. Among the crews was Gaspar da Gama, who had joined the voyage to add his experience. But also included in the roster was one Ferdinand Magellan, who was there to gain experience. This, by the way, was the very same man who would one day get the credit for being the first to circumnavigate the world, albeit he did it under a different flag and, well, for another country. The Portuguese Armada passed the coast of northwest Africa before beginning its looping maneuver to the southwest. On the way to Brazil, however, a ship was lost to storms. Moving through the South Atlantic and braving the dangerous high-pressure zones that were there, the rest of the ships managed to round the Cape of Good Hope in late June. The Armada then rounded the tip of Africa and made its way north into the Mozambique Channel. On July 22, 1505, it arrived at Kilwa. Kilwa was a prize. It was a beautiful city. It was a major hub where the trade routes to East Africa ended. Its busy port also conducted commerce with Arabia, Persia, and with the Gujarati cities in distant India. Gold, cotton, cloth, incense, silver, gems, and of course, in its time, the most precious substance in the universe, spice, were commonplace on its wharfs. Now, 3 years prior, Vasco da Gama had come to the city. At that time, he demanded that the Sultan pay a hefty tribute and fly the Portuguese flag from its tallest tower. However, when Francisco arrived, the tribute had not been paid for 2 years, and there was no flag to be seen. This made the Viceroy, well, unhappy, and he demanded an immediate audience. The Sultan, in response, gave him a really weak excuse. Thus, 2 days later, on July 24th at dawn, Francisco Almeida stepped down from his ship adorned in his finest suit of armor, holding the Portuguese flag in one hand and a sword in the other. At the head of his troops, he uttered the word, "Attack," and with that, his men surged forward. Francisco smiled and looked on with pride as he watched his son Lorenço lead a contingent of men into the heart of the city. There they pillaged and destroyed as they went, brushing aside all resistance. When they arrived at the palace, they found it empty. The Sultan had already fled. The Portuguese then began to loot the city. The king's share, of course, was sent back to Lisbon. Over the next 2 weeks, an impressive fort was built in the city, built of stone ironically taken from the houses that they had just destroyed. A garrison was assigned, a puppet ruler was put in place, and with that, the first objective of the regimento had been accomplished. With Kilwa secured, Francisco Almeida deployed some of his ships south to take Sofala. There, they would rendezvous with a fresh incoming Portuguese fleet. That city would eventually be taken and another fort would be constructed. With the acquisition of Sofala, the Portuguese would have one more impressive hub of the East African trade. Now, for the Viceroy and his armada, it was time to move on. King Manuel's plan now called for the Viceroy to head directly to India. However, Francisco had decided that he wanted to secure one more foothold in Africa before he left. Mombasa had always been a thorn in the side of the Portuguese, and now it was outright hostile. Like Kilwa and Sofala, it was a major hub of trade which had grown rich and powerful. The Sultan had encountered the Portuguese before. He had wisely prepared for their return. The defenses of the city were fortified, cannons were brought in and installed, and a large garrison was put in place. As Almeida entered into the harbor, which, by the way, was one of the finest in East Africa, the Sultan of Mombasa opened fire with his cannons. In that first shot, he got really lucky. The salvo hit the lead ship and gouged a massive hole in the upper deck, killing all the men inside. However, for the Sultan, it was going to be all downhill from there. The Portuguese armada came alive and returned fire. One fortunate cannonball somehow managed to penetrate through the city walls and hit Mombasa's powder magazine. The catastrophic explosion that ensued rattled the ground like an earthquake and silenced the city's artillery. What happened next was truly a test of willpower. The Sultan had an army of over 4,000 men at his command, and he was determined to hold his ground. Francisco de Almeida, on the other hand, had the initiative, and he was just as determined to take the city. Thus, the armada was ordered to move in for the kill. As it approached the city, it began to unload its soldiers, and then the great assault began. Fighting was intensely fierce in the narrow passageways and small corridors. The Sultan's men fought heroically, street to street, house to house. Almeida, seeing his men and his offensive begin to falter, came up with a new tactic. He had his men roll barrels of gunpowder down from the ships. He then ordered the gunpowder to be placed into various buildings in the city upwind from his opponent. When the powder was ignited, fires broke out. The wind then carried the flames toward the Sultan and his men, and soon all of Mombasa was engulfed in a firestorm. A chronicler of the time who witnessed the event would comment, quote, "The fire that ran throughout the city burned all that afternoon and into the night that followed. It seemed as if the whole city was on fire. There was enormous destruction. The wooden houses burned to the ground, and those of stone and mortar caught fire and crashed down as well, and in them great riches and people were destroyed." End quote. Despite this, the Sultan fought on. At one point, he even had his men release wild elephants to stampede the men of Portugal. But Almeida had already turned the tide. For him, it was always about victory at any cost. The very next day, he deployed his men into a devastating four-pronged assault against the defenders of the city. His plan worked perfectly, and the Sultan of Mombasa was forced to run. A few days later, when the dust had settled, envoys were sent back and forth between the two men, and a peace treaty was struck. Mombasa was now firmly under the jurisdiction of the Portuguese. Its fine harbor was part of the empire. What's more, the Sultan would have to pay a massive tribute. But even before the ink was dry on the treaty, the plunder had begun. Almeida wisely divided the great city into areas, one for each of his captains. The subsequent pillaging was especially vicious, but it was efficient. When the Europeans were done, there was almost nothing left. In a letter that he wrote to the King of Malindi, the Sultan of Mombasa would lament, quote, "I will have you know that a great lord passed here, burning with fire. He entered the city so forcefully and cruelly that he spared the life of none, man or woman, young or old, or children, no matter how small. Not only were men killed and burned, but the birds of heaven fell to the earth. In this city, the stench of death is such that I dare not enter, and none could give account or assess the infinite wealth that he took." End quote. On August 23, 1505, Almeida left Africa. Sofala, Kilwa, Mombasa were all taken. Malindi remained a faithful ally. The viceroy had left behind him a path of death and destruction, but his focus was what lay ahead, and there before him was the path to India. The Portuguese position in India at this time was precarious at best. Portugal only had a few settlements, one in Kannur, another in Colombo, and a fort in Cochin, which, by the way, only escaped a narrow destruction through the genius of its defense by Duarte Pacheco Pereira the year before. Many cities remained hostile, including Diu, Dabul, Chaul, and especially the great rival, Calicut. Francisco de Almeida got right to work after arriving along the Malabar coast in late August of 1505. He initially arrived at Anjadiva Island, which was a watering stop for ships conducting trade along the coast, and there he began construction of another fort. 1 month later, as the fort was nearing completion, Francisco decided to move south to the city of Onovar. But there, a disagreement with its Raja over a shipload of horses spiraled out of control and broke out into a massive fight. Violence spilled out across the entire city. The viceroy at one point was hit in the foot with an arrow, and so he looked to his son to finish the job. Lorenço was deployed with his men. For him, it was a chance to really prove himself. But taking a page from his own father, half the city was laid to waste before the young Almeida emerged victorious, though he did come close to dying a few times along the way. From the locals, he gained the nickname the Devil for how fierce, some would argue how reckless, his attacks were. But that said, the shock and awe worked. The Raja of Anavar sued for peace. An annual tribute was imposed. The Raja just didn't want to see that level of aggression from Iberian men that he now thought were somewhat insane. Now, during the assault, several ships were damaged or destroyed in the harbor. Some of these belonged to a prominent pirate named Timoji. This man had encountered Vasco da Gama before and knew how powerful the Portuguese could be, but seeing firsthand the destruction at Anavar, the pirate decided it would be in his best interest to give his allegiance to Portugal. From that time onwards, he would serve as a major informant. Remember the name. With things settled at Anavar, the viceroy made his way south to the port city of Canor, where he feared a merchant uprising would undermine Portuguese authority. His very presence, along with his armada, changed the mood quickly. In a week-long stay, he met several times with the Kolatiri Raja and began preparations for a fortress there, along with a garrison to man it. During his time in Canor, delegations and envoys from other cities would also meet up with Francisco, where they'd enter into negotiations to open up even new ports to the Europeans. Now, in early November of 1505, Almeida found himself in Cochin, which was to be a cornerstone of the Portuguese Empire. There, he met up with the new Trimampara Raja. The prior one, who had fought at the Siege of Cochin, had already retired. The two men's first order of business was to expand and upgrade the fort at the mouth of the harbor. Roger Crawley would say, rulers up and down the Malabar coast were to find that once the Franks were ensconced behind solid ramparts, with artillery mounted on stout gun platforms, they proved almost impossible to dislodge. For the rest of 1505, Almeida and his son would turn their attention to ravaging Muslim shipping along the Malabar coast. The destruction they handed out was impressive. In response, the Arabian captains diverted their ships down to the Maldives. Their hope was that they could get around the armada. Of course, the viceroy was not going to let that slide. Lorenço de Almeida was sent by his father to cut off this route. However, the water currents in this area were unknown to the Portuguese and would carry his fleet far to the east. There, Lorenço would be the first man of his country to make landfall in Ceylon, that is modern-day Sri Lanka. Like his father, he went right to work. He established a treaty with the local Raja, began trade negotiations, and laid down an early settlement. His diplomatic initiative was so good that 12 years later, a Portuguese fortress would also be added. In the final months of 1505, Francisco turned his attention to loading his ships with spice for the return journey. Even the aging carack, the Flor de la Mar, was filled to capacity. The haul that the viceroy sent back to Lisbon was one of the greatest King Manuel would ever see. The yield in terms of cash was astronomical. Almeida had accomplished many of the goals of the regimento, only the full blockade of the Red Sea was lacking, something, by the way, that would come back to haunt him on several levels. But despite his hard work, his efforts would go largely unappreciated. Back in Lisbon, the intrigue of the Portuguese court was turning against the viceroy. There were those in the nobility that were consumed with greed, jealousy, or simply malevolence. Several members of the high aristocracy had come forth to turn the king's favor away from Francisco de Almeida. In fact, by February of 1506, King Manuel had already chosen a replacement and had begun to view Almeida with suspicion. Early that year, Afonso de Albuquerque, who had gained the king's confidence, was dispatched with a powerful fleet. In his hand, he carried a letter from the king, which granted him the title of governor and effectively ended the viceroy's time in power. Meanwhile, back in the Indian Ocean, the beginning of 1506 saw Francisco de Almeida hit a high point, yet he knew that trouble was brewing. The Zamorin of Calicut, also known as the Samudri Raja, who happened to be the biggest rival of the Portuguese, had sent a fleet to Canor to blockade the harbor. In March of 1506, Lorenço de Almeida sailed in. There he annihilated the Zamorin's fleet. But despite this victory, confidence in Portuguese supremacy was waning. Arab shipping, after all, was still getting through, the navies of the Indian Ocean were using more cannons, and new enemies were emerging. In the north, the Sultan of Bijapur, who owned the city of Dabul, was not happy with the Portuguese fortress at Anjadiva, which, to be fair, was intruding on the commerce of his city. In a well-timed and coordinated attack just before the monsoons came, the Sultan bombarded the fortress, shelled the people inside, and destroyed 3 nearby ships. His assault went unopposed for several days, and the garrison was at his mercy. Roger Crowley explained what happened next. Quote, Lorenço was dispatched and forced a withdrawal of the Sultan's ships, but it was clear that the fort was unsustainable, too close to hostile Bijapur, too short of natural resources. At the end of the year, Almeida took the decision, without reference to manual, to abandon and dismantle the structure. It was a riposte to the wisdom of the grand plan, and it did not go down well. At the same time, it gave hope to Muslim merchants that the Portuguese could indeed be dislodged. End quote. The story of Anjadiva empowered Portugal's enemies, who were all just waiting for the chance to strike. That strike would come sooner than Francisco anticipated. It was towards the end of 1506 when Lorenço was leading a fleet of ships towards the city of Chaul. They had stopped along the way to dismantle the Anjadiva fort. Suddenly, they were approached by merchants from Cochin and Kannur, their allies. The merchants stated that their ships, laden down with spice, had been blockaded into the harbor of the city of Dabul by the ships of Arabia and Calicut. They demanded that the Portuguese live up to their reputation, sail in, and help them immediately. Lorenço wanted to rush in, but he was under orders to have a meeting with his captains to vote on the course of action. After a very heated debate, the final tally was 6-4 not to attack. It was argued that the harbor of Dabul was not well known, and this could all simply be a trap. The young Almeida was forced to agree with the decision, but he made all the captains sign their vote. Thus, their names were recorded. The book Conquerors describes the aftermath of this fateful decision. Quote, The inevitable happened. The friendly merchantmen were sacked, their crews killed, and their valuable cargo confiscated. The ships of Calicut fired mocking shots as they sailed away. For the first time, the Portuguese had flunked a fight. The refusal to protect their ships was taken badly in friendly Malabar ports. Not to mention, Francisco de Almeida was appalled by the news. End quote. All along the Malabar coast, the Portuguese position was now in jeopardy. Allies went cold, envoys ceased coming, and there were demands by the locals to go back to trading only with the ships of Mecca, which, if nothing else, had been reliable in the past. Indeed, even a major revolt broke out in Kannur in 1507 with anti-Portuguese sentiment, which, by the way, needed a considerable amount of resources to put down. Now, when news of this got back to Lisbon, the viceroy's opponents in the royal court had a field day, and saying that the king was displeased was an understatement. Francisco de Almeida rounded up all the men who had voted not to attack at Dabul. This included his son. All of these men were court-martialed. Some were sent back to Europe in utter disgrace, labeled as cowards. Others were imprisoned. When it came to Lorenço, the viceroy just couldn't get himself to sign the order to have him banished. Perhaps it was simply nepotism, or perhaps he just couldn't bear the thought of seeing his only son go. Instead, Lorenço was stripped of command and demoted. As the young man walked past his father, he just couldn't get himself to meet his gaze. The sense of failure and regret, of letting down the one man whose opinion mattered most, was just too much for him to bear. The young Almeida was placed in charge of a small flotilla and given convoy duty. He resigned himself to his fate, but every fiber of his being longed for redemption. The thought consumed him. For 1 full year, Lorenço did his duty, but he kept looking for a chance to redeem himself in his father's eyes. In March of 1508, Lorenço de Almeida found himself in the port city of Chaul, which was not exactly a friendly port. Now, little did he, or for that matter his father, know, but approximately 200 miles to the northwest in the city of Diu was a massive Muslim armada. It had been built in the shipyards of the Mamluk Sultanate, traveled down the Red Sea, and had managed to evade all Portuguese ships. The Mamluk armada had been in the Indian Ocean for months, and no one in the Portuguese High Command knew anything about it. When spies reported that the Viceroy's son was in Chaul and only had a handful of ships, it was way too tempting a target. The Muslim armada immediately set sail for Chaul. Lorenço de Almeida would get his chance for redemption, and he would pay for it with his own blood. It was nearing the end of the sailing season in March of 1508. By now, temperatures had risen dramatically and the humidity had become intense. It wouldn't be long before the monsoons would come and shut down all seagoing commerce. It was in the harbor of the city of Chaul that the ships of Coutinho were being loaded with cargo. Their hope was to beat the weather and get in one last trading run. Lorenço de Almeida, the son of the viceroy, was there to provide protection for the cargo ships. The man had been demoted and assigned to basic convoy duty for over a year by his own father. This was punishment for his prior failure in 1506 to protect Portuguese allies at the city of Dabul. Lorenço was now in command of 3 small carracks, 3 caravels, and 2 galleys, crewed by approximately 500 men, which at this point was, well, a relatively small Portuguese fleet. Now, prior to his arrival at Chaul, the young Almeida and his men, in the spirit of holy war, had raided enemy ships along the coast, plundering as they went. The viceroy's son had waged a savage campaign to prove to his father that he was truly worthy of his name. But more than title or riches, Lorenço wanted redemption. Now, it has to be said that the Portuguese presence in the Indian Ocean had been disruptive, to say the least. Make no mistake, there would be consequences to those actions. Many cities remained hostile, and there were even rumors of a vast Muslim fleet that had arrived. But no one in the Portuguese High Command could confirm this. Indeed, even Francisco de Almeida, the viceroy himself, had disregarded the reports of this fleet as nothing more than a story. As a result, Lorenço and his crews were essentially idle and bored. Many were simply spending their money on wine and other indulgences that the city of Chaul could provide. They had nothing to do but wait for their merchantmen to fill their ships with spice and then escort them back to the city of Coutinho. The mood was calm, and thus Lorenço's ships were positioned lazily in the middle of the Kundalika River. However, that said, it was about midday towards the end of March when a series of ships appeared on the horizon. Even to the casual observer, one could tell they were moving in fast under full sail. But the ships were not Arabian or Indian in design, rather they appeared to be European, thus any sense of alarm was put aside. Some of the sailors even began to yell out in joy. They figured this was yet another fleet from Portugal. I mean, after all, Afonso de Albuquerque and his ships were actually scheduled around that time to meet them. But still, something seemed off. Why were they moving in so quickly? One judicious pilot, using a telescope, noted that the rigging on these ships was very different than what they were used to. And then, the dawning realization hit him. This inbound fleet didn't have red crosses on their sails. They had crescents. Far from being a Portuguese fleet, this was the vanguard of the fabled, disregarded Muslim armada. Panic and terror spread through Lorenço's ships like wildfire as men sounded alarms, raced to ready cannons, and adorned themselves with armor. Then, suddenly, behind the vanguard, even more ships appeared, too many to easily count. As the two fleets closed in and prepared for battle, it became clear to Almeida and his men that the Portuguese presence in the Indian Ocean was now going to be seriously contested. Jihad had arrived. Now, halfway around the world, the Republic of Venice was in a state of crisis. The lifeblood of its monopoly on spice was being drained away. Vasco da Gama's discovery of the sea passage to India had opened up a brand new way to bring in the extremely lucrative commodity. At first, the Venetians bet on the idea that the long route to India would prove either too dangerous or too impractical. But Portuguese determination proved them wrong. Year after year, the spice fleets came back again and again and again. The money that this brought in was beyond insane, and in record time, Lisbon became the new Venice. To their credit, for the first couple of years, the Republic of Venice tried diplomacy. Let's make a deal. Perhaps we could, split the money. Yeah, that would miserably fail. So they decided to recall their ambassador and send in the spies. One agent in particular would give both a concerning report and a subtle hint to his masters back in Venice on what to do. Quote, "I see that this enterprise in India cannot be destroyed by the inability to sail there. It goes on as a regular and stable business, and without doubt the King of Portugal will dominate the sea completely, because it's patiently obvious that the Indians cannot protect their maritime trade, nor resist the shipping or artillery of this most serene king. There is no doubt that the ships of India are weak for no other reason than the lack of cannons." End quote. By 1505, the situation for the Venetians had gone from bad to horrific. Portugal was not just cornering the market on spice, but doubling down on its Indian empire. In response, the Republic tried to lower its prices and thus beat the Iberian Kingdom in a trade war. That didn't work either. They couldn't lower their prices enough. They then turned to the Mamluks in Egypt. They tried to convince them to lower their import taxes, but the Egyptian Sultanate basically subsisted almost parasitically on its tariffs. Yup, another fail. Now, there was even an instance in order to facilitate trade that the leader of Venice, the Doge, Leonardo Loredan, proposed to the Sultan to build a canal to connect the Mediterranean to the Red Sea at a narrow point, perhaps at the port of Suez. The Sultan, however, found the idea not to his liking. The cost would be enormous, the manpower needed ridiculous. And besides, what on earth would you even call such a waterway? The Canal of Suez? Absolutely preposterous. Completely exasperated, the Republic of Venice decided it was now time to play dirty. The Portuguese had committed numerous atrocities on the Muslims of the Indian Ocean. After all, ships had been raided, towns had been burned to the ground, and holy war had been conducted. But all of this paled in comparison to the absolute brutality that was seen with the destruction of the Muslim pilgrim ship, the Miri, whose barbaric and violent end still shocked all that heard the tale, and gave rise to the very legitimate concern that Mecca itself was in danger. As can be imagined, there was a lot of resentment, and the Venetians, well, they were going to simply capitalize on this. The Doge and his high council now pushed diplomatically to get the Egyptian Sultanate to act. They pointed out that the Mamluks, who had jurisdiction over Mecca and Medina, were truly defenders of the faith. With the Portuguese expanding over the Indian Ocean like a plague, the pilgrimage, the Hajj itself, was at stake. Something had to be done. But the Mamluks were not a maritime power, but that was not going to be a problem because Venice was determined to make them one. Advisors and engineers laden down with European ship schematics were deployed to the port of Suez, which was built into an impressive shipyard. Sailors were trained to man the ships, and more importantly, to fire Venetian-style cannons, which did have the capacity to bring down other European ships. Even raw materials would be taken care of. Roger Crowley, in the book The Conquerors, gives the tale, quote, "It became obvious that materials for both ship and cannon construction were being assembled for a concerted campaign. King Manuel received warning of this via the island of Rhodes, where one of the Knights of St. John, a Portuguese by the name of André do Amaral, fed information on the Mamluks back to Lisbon. The Portuguese would later claim that the ships in the dockyards of Suez were being built with timber that was cut, dressed, and supplied by the Venetians. To make matters worse, their construction was overseen by Venetian officials. However, when the Portuguese ambassador at the English court of Henry VIII put such charges against his Venetian opposite in the summer of 1517, these accusations were flatly denied. End quote. By the winter of 1505, 6 European carracks and 6 galleys had been built. And keep in mind, all of them were carrying some of the finest cannons that could be produced. Then, 1,100 of the Sultan's men boarded the ships, and with several more support vessels, the Mamluk armada began its voyage down the Red Sea. Now, meanwhile, on the other end of the Mediterranean, King Manuel had lost faith in his viceroy. His advisors and members of the high nobility had convinced him that Francisco de Almeida was no longer a man to be trusted. The king's opinion of Almeida had thus shifted from mistrust to outright contempt. It was only a few months after the Mamluk armada had departed from the port of Suez that the Portuguese king had appointed Almeida's replacement. Afonso de Albuquerque was given the title governor and was instructed to take over in India. A fleet had been prepared, consisting of 15 ships, which departed from Portugal on April 5, 1506. However, the governor had to share it with his co-commander, Diogo da Cunha, who was technically supposed to be in charge. The two men hated one another right from the start. Afonso, who was convinced of the supremacy of his own abilities, disdained the idea of having to report to anyone. Their mutual contempt only intensified as they made their way first through the Atlantic, then around the Cape of Good Hope, and eventually along the East African coast. The fleet took its time. It looted and raided as it went. What's more, Cunha took it upon himself to explore Madagascar. Thus, it took them 16 months to arrive at their first objective, the island of Socotra at the entrance of the Red Sea. Here in late August of 1507, the Muslim garrison was stormed, and the island was taken after a brutal campaign of extermination. Socotra was to be the location of the next Portuguese base, with the intent to blockade Arabian commerce coming in from the Red Sea. However, it would turn out to be a disaster as the island could not support its Portuguese garrison, and 4 years later, it had to be abandoned. Regardless, at this point, Albuquerque and Cunha had had enough of each other. Taking the best ships and equipment, Tristão decided to sail off to India. Albuquerque, meanwhile, decided to disregard his orders to block off the Red Sea. Instead, he took the remaining 6 ships and sailed along the southern coast of Arabia towards the Persian Gulf. His plan was to destroy all resistance. Roger Crowley gives us the account of how this campaign went down. Quote, "It was here in a few short weeks on the southeast coast of Arabia that Albuquerque founded a reputation that was exceptional within the ranks of the Portuguese conquistadors, and that would be cemented in its history as he gained the singular title, the Terrible." One after another, his fleet of tattered ships sailed into the trading ports of Oman. Some of the ports along the Omani coast decided to submit meekly, others resisted and were sacked. Albuquerque would use terror as a weapon of war intended to soften up resistance. In this fashion, a string of small ports went up in flames. The destruction of Muscat, which was a major trading hub along the coast, was especially savage. Albuquerque was intent on transmitting terror ahead of him. He ordered the ears and noses of the captured Muslims to be cut off, and then sent them to Hormuz as a testament to their disgrace. End quote. In this way, cities from Muscat to Khor Fakkan were either sacked or taken, but the real prize was the city of Hormuz. Hormuz was a major trading hub of spice and also happened to control the entrance to the Persian Gulf. It was a fabulously wealthy city that had even been visited by the famous Chinese treasure ships of the Ming Dynasty. Afonso arrived with his ragged fleet on September 25, 1507. He made a poor first impression. That said, 2 days later, he crushed a large contingent of Muslim ships in the harbor. The vizier of the city sued for peace and agreed to pay tribute. Afonso was not satisfied. He insisted on the construction of a fortress. But by now, his men's anger at his harsh methods had reached a boiling point. 4 of his captains mutinied and departed with their ships. When the Portuguese governor heard of this, he flew into a rage. He ordered all the wells to be poisoned, the city bombarded, and every man, woman, and child to be executed. but these orders were too barbaric for even his own men to follow. Facing a full-on mutiny and a major native uprising in Hormuz, Afonso de Albuquerque was forced to retreat in January of 1508, but make no mistake, he'd be back for his prize. However, as he was gaining the title of the Terrible in the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea was left wide open. Emir Hussein al-Kurdi was the admiral of the Mamluk armada. After departing the port of Suez at the end of 1505, he made his way slowly through the Red Sea. The man did have many objectives. His first destination was Jeddah, which controlled the sea approaches to Mecca. Here, Emir Hussein took his time to reinforce the city, improve its defenses, and assemble a garrison. Jeddah was to be a fortress. If the Portuguese were to arrive, the admiral was determined that they would face a challenge. But Mecca was still not secure. Arabia was in turmoil. Many of the Bedouin tribes at this point had risen up in revolt. Hussein marched his forces into the unforgiving sands of the Arabian Peninsula, systematically crushing this revolt, which took nearly a year. The Bedouin, after all, were a fierce adversary. They would exact a high toll in terms of casualties. Undaunted, the admiral pushed on and arrived at the city of Aden in August of 1507, just about the same time that Albuquerque was sacking the Omani coast. Now, during his time in the Red Sea, he consistently got reports of Portuguese atrocities in the Indian Ocean. He knew it was now time to bring the fight to them. Departing Aden, Emir Hussein made his way to the city of Diu. He found it rather strange that the vaunted Portuguese navy was nowhere to be seen. It was in September of 1507 when he arrived in India. At Diu, he would harbor his ships where they would undergo refit and repair. Here, Emir awaited for the opportunity to strike, and 6 months later, he got word that the viceroy's son was at Chaul with a meager force. The Mamluk ships were readied for battle. Emir Hussein even convinced the governor of the city of Diu, Malik Ayaz, to join him with the city's navy. Thus, the combined fleet, consisting of both the Mamluk armada and the ships of Diu, made their way to confront the son of the viceroy. The Mamluk fleet had managed to enter the harbor of Chaul. Emir Hussein had placed his European-style ships at the front of his formation to gain the element of surprise. It had worked. His vanguard had closed the distance to bring their cannons to bear. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were still scrambling to make their ships worthy of battle. Hussein sailed past the helpless merchant ships of Cochin as his target came into sight. His plan was to tactically decapitate his opponent by destroying Lorenço's flagship, the São Miguel, which was dangerously anchored midstream with only the São Antonio nearby for support. The lead Muslim ships opened up on the two vessels. Several of the cannonballs missed their mark, but two smashed into the hull of the São Miguel, blasting a hole right through. The rest of the Mamluk ships moved in to close rank. Turkish archers came to the main deck and began firing their arrows, that a chronicler would later recall seemed to fall like rain. On board Lorenço's flagship, 30 men out of a crew of approximately 100 were hit. Blood began to bathe the Portuguese decks, but by then, Lorenço and his men were ready to fight back. Crossbowmen ran to take cover and unleashed a salvo of bolts. They were quickly reinforced by sailors armed with guns. Then suddenly, the air was shattered by explosions. Crowley gives the account, quote, "The Portuguese gunners now had sufficient time to prime their cannons and loose off their own counterblast. In the shattering roar of the guns, both Portuguese ships vanished in the gun smoke and reappeared. 8 shots from the São Miguel hit the lead Muslim ship, which was crowded with 400 fighting men. The cannonballs ripped through the closely packed ranks, shattering armor, dismembering bodies. Splinters of wooden shrapnel only increased the carnage. The deck was a scene of chaos, and it was at this point that Hussein changed his mind about attempting to board his opponent." End quote. Emir Hussein altered his course to move beyond the São Miguel. As he scanned the scene, he saw the rest of the Portuguese ships coming in to assist. The two fleets then formed into battle lines, and for the next several hours they fired back and forth into one another. Eventually, both sides were exhausted, but it was only when the sun set that the fighting ground to a halt. The Mamluks, who had taken horrendous losses and were now low on gunpowder, retreated to one bank of the river. The Portuguese, who had also been bloodied, retreated to the other bank. The two opponents were now separated by a mere 1,500 feet of water. The ships of Diu, however, had not entered the fight. The governor, Malacca, kept his fleet back at the mouth of the river. Malik was a shrewd man, some would argue a bit underhanded. He wanted to see how things played out before deciding which side to back up. And for him, this first day was a draw. The next day, as the sun arose, Lorenço saw that the Mamluks had positioned their vessels side by side with the front of their ships pointing into the river. What's more, they had been chained together, and gangplanks had been put down so that men and equipment could be moved back and forth between the ships. Seeing this, Lorenço de Almeida could not believe how foolish his opponent was. It was obvious that the Muslims now had European ships, but it was also obvious that they had no idea how to properly use them. By adopting this formation, Amir Hussein had negated his ability to move, to maneuver, or even to bring his broadsides to bear. He had thus lost the initiative and made himself the perfect target. Lorenço immediately convened with his men. There were really two options that they could use. The first option was to bombard the Mamluks from a distance, something that the Portuguese were really good at. And the fact that their opponent wasn't really moving, well, they could probably do this blindfolded. Option 2 was to move in and take the enemy ships by direct assault, that is, to board and capture them, by far the much riskier venture. Lorenço gave it considerable thought, but he was a man who was still haunted by his failure at the city of Dabul. If he was able to capture those ships and bring them back as trophies, it would bring him not only glory, but perhaps the redemption he so eagerly desired. In the end, Lorenço wanted nothing more than to prove to his father that he was indeed courageous and worthy of his family name. Option 2 it would be. Lorenço de Almeida decided to strike at Amir Hussein's flagship. The plan was for them to pull up alongside, grapple the enemy ship, and board it. The rest of the Portuguese ships would come in to provide support and suppress the remainder of the Muslim fleet. It wasn't until the early afternoon that the winds were favorable, but on the incoming breeze, Lorenço and his men launched themselves into the attack. The Mamluk fleet had taller ships, so using that advantage, they immediately opened up with a deadly attack of arrows and cannon fire. Despite taking damage, the Portuguese kept their guns silent as they moved in to seize Hussein's fleet. But then, as they came within 30 feet, the wind died, and Lorenço and his men were at the mercy of the river current. When Amir Hussein saw what his opponent was up to, he masterfully ordered his men to give slack to the forward anchor lines and tighten the aft anchor lines. This effectively drew his ships back toward the riverbank and out of range for the Portuguese to grapple them. The São Miguel and her sister's ship began to drift past their objective. They both dropped their anchors to maintain their position, but this made them easy stationary targets for the Mamluks. Lorenço and his men knew that they had failed in their attack. They suggested to their commander to open up with their cannons and obliterate the Muslims at point-blank range. Once again, Lorenço wanted a prize to present to his father, and he refused to do a broadside. To show his commitment, he came to the bridge of his ship to command his men directly. Hussein, meanwhile, took advantage of the situation. He ordered more archers to come to the top deck and intensified the hail of arrows. One arrow would graze Lorenço, while another hit him directly in the lower face. Blood gushed from his wounds as he fell to his knees. In pain, the young Almeida ordered the anchor line to be cut. The São Miguel and the São Antonio thus drifted away downstream. Now on the other side of the line, the Portuguese fleet was doing considerably better. 2 galleys and a small caravel rammed into the Mamluk ships. Their crews, protected by chainmail armor and steel breastplates, rushed over and boarded the anchored ships. The onslaught was fierce. They brought down the Muslim defenders with ease, and the oarsmen, who were chained to their posts, were rapidly cut down like grass. Men that attempted to run away were gunned down, and men that attempted to dive overboard were harpooned. The Portuguese then used the gangplanks to proceed from one ship to the next. At this point, it wasn't so much a battle, but a massacre. During the onslaught, anchor lines were cut and 4 of the Mamluk ships were towed away. The São Miguel and the São Antonio, meanwhile, provided fire support as best they could as the enemy galleys were seized. Lorenço then wanted his men to come in for a second attack. Again, he rejected the idea of bombardment. However, his men were exhausted and now the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Malik Ayaz had finally decided to join the fight on the side of the Mamluks. His ships entered the river and took up position on the southern bank. The Portuguese were now nearly surrounded and opted to abandon any further attack. Their tactical situation had now become critical. It was that night that Lorenço, still recovering from his wounds, decided along with his men to depart the city of Chaul. He did, after all, have his prizes of war, and the protection of the Cochin merchant ships was their first priority. At midnight, the ships of Cochin silently cut their anchor lines and began to leave, at which point the Portuguese started to follow them. Lorenço insisted that he and his ship, the São Miguel, would be the last to go. But by now, Amir Hussein and Malik Ayaz had figured out that their adversary was fleeing. Their fleets sprung into action. The Portuguese ships, knowing that they had been discovered, opened up with their cannons. They managed to keep the Mamluks at a distance with their gunfire. However, the São Miguel, which was towing another ship, began to drag behind. Lorenço, who had brought up the rear, was soon isolated. Malik Ayaz moved in quickly with his ships. When he was in firing range, he ordered them to target the São Miguel. His cannons were smaller, but one lucky shot hit the São Miguel, gouging a hole near the waterline. The bottom deck of Lorenço's ship thus began flooding. Men attempted frantically to pump out the water, but the São Miguel was carrying rice in its hold, which absorbed the incoming water like a sponge. The added weight slowed down the ship and eventually brought her to a standstill. In time, the São Miguel even began to list to one side. Now, while the Mamluks and the forces of Diu were closing in for the kill, Lorenço's men were preparing a longboat for him to escape, but he would decline it. As water continued to seep in, the São Miguel was boarded. In the book, The Conquerors, the scene is told, quote, "It was mayhem aboard the São Miguel. Cannonballs were smacking into the immobilized vessel. Clouds of arrows buzzed and whined through the air. Thick gun smoke obscured the increasingly defenseless ship. The defenders beat off the first and second attempt aboard. They fought like men who wanted revenge before they died. But the ship was being destroyed around them. The deck was a shambles, littered with dead and dying men. Dismembered heads and legs, blood running down the planks. And everywhere there was shouting and screaming." End quote. Despite the chaos that surrounded him, Lorenço continued to command his men. But then, suddenly, a cannonball hit him directly in the thigh, cutting his leg completely off. His men raced to his side and lowered him into a chair. There, he would begin to bleed profusely onto the deck. His suffering, however, would not be for long. Another cannonball hit him in the chest, and this one would kill him instantly. Fighting aboard the São Miguel would continue for hours. The men of Portugal fought tenaciously, and a third, fourth, and fifth wave were beaten off. Indeed, a man from Porto who climbed into the crow's nest held his position there for 2 days, till he was granted amnesty to leave. When the bloodshed had ended, some of the Portuguese men were taken as prisoners, others were executed. However, before the end, Lorenço's men took his body, and fearing that it would become a trophy for the enemy, pushed it from an opening where the weight of his armor sank it to the bottom of the Kundalika River. His remains would never be recovered. Amir Hussein and his allies had won the Battle of Chaul, but his victory was Pyrrhic as it came at a staggering cost in terms of men and ships. He had lost nearly 800 men from a crew of 1,400, and he was so weakened that he could not push on to attack the Portuguese stronghold at Cochin. News of the Portuguese defeat and the death of Lorenço was celebrated as far as Cairo, but Amir Hussein and Malik Ayaz had no idea what they had just unleashed. When Francisco de Almeida received word of the death of his only son, he went into a state of profound grieving, as the Spanish would say, a tristeza profunda. For 3 whole days, he saw no one. Francisco was a man who had given everything for his country, and now that included his only son, he was a man that was consumed by a sense of duty. But when he emerged from his time in mourning, the only thing he had left in his soul was a profound sense of vengeance. My name is Francisco de Almeida. You killed my only son. Prepare to die. It had been 9 months since the Battle of Chaul, 9 months since the Portuguese were forced to flee, 9 months since Francisco de Almeida's only son, Lorenço, had perished. Chaul had been a disaster for the Portuguese. It was now clear to all that the Europeans could be beaten. Perhaps they could be destroyed altogether. However, the Mamluk armada had only won a Pyrrhic victory. It had taken horrendous losses, and along with its allies, they were forced to limp their way back to the city of Diu. Almeida knew that if Chaul was not avenged and quickly, his enemies would only grow stronger and bolder. The Portuguese Empire in India, with its vast wealth and spice, would be severely threatened, and there was even potential that it could fall entirely. But the Mamluks had made a grave mistake. They had only killed the son of the viceroy. As Francisco would later say, he who eats the chicken must also eat the rooster, or pay the price. It wasn't long after the Battle of Chaul in early 1508 that the monsoons had come. Storms ravaged the Malabar coast. Any naval expedition would simply have to wait. The Viceroy of India wasted no time. He began to assemble a grand fleet, bringing in every ship he could find. Francisco spent that year personally training his crews to the peak of performance. He was determined to make his men into killing machines. By December of 1508, he had 18 ships and 1,200 men. They all seemed to share a sense of vengeance with their commander, who had promised them knighthood, plunder, amnesty, and even pardon for those on the bottom rung. Make no mistake, for Almeida, this wasn't just about fighting for his king and for his country. This coming fight was deeply personal. However, Francisco knew that he was running out of time. The King of Portugal, Manuel I, had obviously lost favor in him. Every month, an envoy would arrive from Portugal with an unending list of royal grievances. It was absolutely clear that Almeida's rivals in the royal court of Lisbon had been busy turning the king against him. King Manuel now wanted Almeida not just replaced, but sent home in utter disgrace. Regardless, Francisco continued his preparations. He dutifully sent the spice ships back to Portugal, and by early December of 1508, his war fleet was nearly ready to sail. As the date of his departure came near, he composed a letter to the king which outlined his plan. In the words he wrote, it was obvious that this, for him, was both a personal and a holy war. Indeed, his letter read almost like a final will and testament. Quote, I have a great desire to write to your highness, as I have determined to leave a memory. Whatever happens to me, my son is dead, as God willed and my sins deserved. The Venetians and the Sultan's Muslims killed him. It seems to me that this year we cannot avoid a trial of strength with them, which is the thing I most desire, because it seems to me that with God's help we have to remove them totally from the sea, so that they do not return to this land. And if our Lord is served by my ending my days in this way, I will have obtained the rest I seek, to see my son in glory. End quote. Almeida finished his letter on December 5, 1508 on board the Flor de la Mar. He knew that this coming battle would forever shape the fortunes of Portugal and India. The man resigned himself to the fight ahead. In his mind, he was prepared to die. The next day, December 6, 1508, the Viceroy of India walked sternly up to the bridge of his ship, the Flor de la Mar, or in Portuguese, the Frol de la Mar. The massive 400-ton carrack was a legend in the Portuguese Navy. She had made the India run more times than any other ship. She had been under the command of Vasco da Gama when he bombarded Calicut, participated in the capture of the island of Socotra, and her journey was far from over. The Flor de la Mar was now a massive gun platform and the flagship of Almeida's armada, but as fate would have it, she was soon to be a commandeered ship, as Francisco de Almeida was soon to be a fugitive. It was on this very day that Afonso de Albuquerque, who was coming in from his defeat at the city of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf, arrived in India. Albuquerque first pulled into port at Kannur, but eventually made his way down to Cochin. In his hand was a letter from King Manuel appointing him the next governor. Almeida's time was up. The meeting between the two commanders was going to be awkward at best. Alfonso, despite his fierce personality, tried to be polite in taking over command. Francisco, however, held Alfonso in complete contempt as he had abandoned his position in the Red Sea, thereby allowing the Mamluk fleet to enter the Indian Ocean. This basically implied that he felt Alfonso de Albuquerque was in part responsible for his son's death. As expected, Francisco de Almeida refused to step down, stating that his position as viceroy didn't end until January. Furthermore, he argued he was about to engage the enemy. Alfonso, on the other hand, wasn't going to back down either, and insisted that he be the one to take command of the fleet and hunt down the Mamluk armada himself. A massive confrontation that would drag the Portuguese into civil war was about to happen. But then, suddenly, on December 9th, Alfonso de Albuquerque awoke in Cochin to find both the viceroy and his armada gone. Roger Crowley in the book The Conquerors explains, quote, Almeida had sailed up the west coast of India, impelled by powerful forces both personal and strategic. However, in refusing to cede the governorship of India to Albuquerque, he was now openly disobeying the king. He was convinced that a showdown with the Egyptian fleet was necessary for the security of the Portuguese enterprise. At the same time, he sought revenge. But whatever the consequences for himself, if he ever made it back to Lisbon, he had decided to take the law into his own hands. End quote. The Portuguese armada that sailed from Cochin under the command of Francisco de Almeida in late 1508 was the best trained and equipped fleet that Portugal had yet brought to bear. As it made its way up the Malabar coast, it raided and looted and destroyed any enemy it encountered. Its passage was to be a demonstration of power. By late December, Francisco de Almeida had arrived at the city of Dabul, the place where his son had failed to attack in 1506. It was a very wealthy city that had sided with his enemies in the past, and as such, Almeida was determined that it would serve as an example to those who would dare to defy the Portuguese. As the city of Dabul came into view, Francisco told his captains that they would not only have to capture the city, but as he himself would say, they needed to instill terror in the enemy so that they remained completely traumatized. In the viceroy's mind, they had helped to kill his son. He wanted them to be more than just defeated. He wanted them to be broken. What's more, he wanted that terror to be transmitted to all of his adversaries who were still laying in wait. He wanted his qualities known amongst his enemies before he ever met them. Roger Crowley gives the account of the massacre that ensued. Quote, Almeida's captains obeyed his instructions to the letter. On December 31st at dawn, his ships launched a heavy bombardment alongside simultaneous amphibious landings. The wooden walls of the city soon fell, and as the garrison fled in disarray, the Portuguese pursued them. What followed was a black day in the history of European conquest that would leave the Portuguese cursed on Indian soil. Taken by surprise, the people of the city fled in all directions. The slaughter was indiscriminate. Women and men, young and old, all went down before the sword. Little children were ripped from the arms of their terrified mothers, dangled by their feet, and dashed against walls. In places, resistance was valiant but futile." End quote. The city was systematically looted and then burned to the ground. People that had taken shelter in basements and mosques were incinerated alive. The Massacre of Dabul would live forever in the memories of the few people who survived. It would rank alongside Vasco da Gama's destruction of the pilgrim ship the Miri. With his work done, Almeida departed Dabul on January 5th, 1509. The fleet made its way north and soon arrived at the city of Chaul, where his son had died. A large tribute was demanded from the city, and it was amassed without question. A pile of gold was waiting for the viceroy when he arrived, but when his forces disembarked to collect it, they found the entire city was empty. Everyone had fled. Almeida's shock and awe was clearly having the effect he wanted. By late January of 1509, Francisco had moved on to the island of Mombasa to repair and refit his ships before the final push on Diu. All 18 of his ships and 1,200 of his men had survived thus far. It was here that he got a letter from Malik Ayaz, the governor of Diu, who had participated at the Battle of Chaul. Keep in mind, it was Malik's men who most likely had killed Francisco's son. Now that said, the loyalty of Malik Ayaz was still up for grabs, and he was ready to cut a deal with the Portuguese. He offered friendship, money, tribute, and the return of the prisoners he had taken at Chaul. Malik even revealed the composition of the Mamluk fleet, hoping to persuade the viceroy. Francisco de Almeida's response, however, was not quite what Malik was expecting. Quote, "I, the Viceroy, address you, the most honorable Malik Ayaz, to let you know that I am on my way to your city, to seek out the men sheltering there after fighting with mine at Chaul and killing a man known to be my son. I am coming with the hope of God on high to wreak vengeance on them and to those who help them. And if I don't find them, your city will not escape me. It will repay me for everything, and so will you, who gave them such great help at Chaul. I am informing you of this so that you are fully aware of it when I arrive. Know that I am on my way." End quote. The city of Diu was blessed with a magnificent harbor. There was space for hundreds of ships. Inside were impressive dry dock facilities. At the entrance, there was a chain that spanned the water, and there was even multiple shore batteries that provided protection. The Mamluk admiral, Emir Hussein al-Kurdi, had 6 Mamluk galleys and 6 European-style carracks. His ally, the aforementioned governor of the city, Malik Ayaz, had 30 light galleys and 4 Gujarati carracks. Their strength had also been bolstered by reinforcements. The Zamorin, the king of the city of Calicut, who really wanted to see the Portuguese go down, had sent in an additional 100 smaller ships. Altogether, there were over 140 vessels that held 5,000 fighting men, along with 450 elite Mamluk warriors. However, despite their superiority in numbers, their leadership was heavily divided by mistrust and indecisiveness with tactical planning. Emir Hussein, who had struggled to keep his ships seaworthy and to keep his men from deserting, wanted to sail out and engage the Portuguese on the ocean before they could organize into a battle formation. Malik Ayaz and the Zamoran ships, which were less seaworthy, wanted to fight in the harbor where they'd be more effective and be safeguarded by the shore batteries. Malik also wanted to protect his city and felt that the Mamluks would most likely cut and run if they were to leave the waterfront. Eventually, after a lot of infighting, the commanders decided that they would fight within the confines of the city. On February 2nd, 1509, the Portuguese came into sight. They were exhausted from their long voyage, and so they kept their distance to rest and consolidate their tactical formation. Malik Ayaz ordered his men to sail out and harass their enemy, but they never ventured past the range of their shore batteries, which basically gave the Portuguese time to organize. The next day, February 3rd, the wind shifted into favor at approximately 11 a.m. Everyone in the Portuguese fleet knew exactly what that meant. Francisco de Almeida ordered the royal standard raised and a single cannon to be fired on the Flor de la Mar. This was his signal to attack. The Mamluks had adopted a similar tactical formation as they had at the Battle of Chaul. Along the shoreline near the entrance to the harbor, they had anchored their ships side by side closely together in a static position. Here they would not only be protected by the guns of the city in the Fort of Diu, but they would also be able to provide close support for one another. Yet by adopting this formation, they had completely surrendered the initiative to the Portuguese viceroy. Malik Ayaz and the ships at Calicut, meanwhile, remained further back in the harbor. Malik had wagered that Almeida, like his son, would immediately attack the Mamluk ships, engaging them at point-blank range with grappling hooks and boarding parties and avoiding long-range bombardment. His plan was to come in on the flank and the rear of the Portuguese once they were heavily engaged with the Mamluks. Now, oddly enough, Malik had intentionally not raised the heavy chain that protected the harbor, which would have effectively banned the Portuguese from entering. Some historians argue that Malik did this as he was still trying to gain Almeida's favor. Looking on from his bridge, the Portuguese viceroy astutely took in the tactical and strategic scenario. He knew this would be a pivotal battle, as he was later remembered saying to his men, "Be certain that in conquering this fleet, we will conquer all of India." Then as he and his men uttered the cry, "Santiago," the Portuguese fleet moved in. Seeing their adversary approach, the shore batteries were primed and began to open fire. The lead ship, the Santo Espirito, took several direct hits. The men on its forward deck were killed instantly. As the rest of the ships came into range, they too came under intense cannon fire. But despite taking casualties and being shot at from several sides, they pushed on and made their way into the main harbor. Almeida knew he was outnumbered, so he divided his fleet into several attack groups. Each had been instructed in exactly what to do. The first group was instructed to bombard the enemy at a distance. They trained their cannons to shoot directly into the water. The cannonballs thus bounced over the waves like skipping stones and slammed into the Mamluk ships just above the waterline. The second group was commanded to move in, grapple, and then board the Muslim ships. This contingent was led by the Santo Espirito, which pulled up alongside the ship next to Emir Hussein's flagship. The Santo Espirito unleashed a devastating broadside at point-blank range. Cannonballs tore through her target. The Mamluk ship receiving the fire shuddered from the blast, keeled over, and immediately began to sink, drowning everyone on board. The rest of the second group of ships closed in and repeated this maneuver, blasting their assigned targets at close range. But then a deafening roar came from both sides as Hussein's men began to return fire. Smoke billowed out from all the ships, blotting out the sun. Casualties began to mount on both sides, but the Mamluks, despite having skilled gunners, were limited by their formation and being able to unleash their full broadsides. It was at this point that the Portuguese had moved into position to begin grappling and boarding their opponents. The Santo Espirito attempted to board Hussein's flagship, but just as Portuguese soldiers started to go across, an Egyptian carrack, using its anchor lines, moved in and sandwiched the Portuguese ship, which now had to take up a defensive position and came near to being captured. However, the nearby Rey Grande, seeing this unfold, changed course and rammed Hussein's ship on the other side. Emir Hussein's men raced to confront the new threat, and the battle shifted once again into Portugal's favor. All along the line, broadsides were being unleashed, men were fighting hand-to-hand, and arrows and small gunfire filled the air. Malik Ayaz, meanwhile, watched on, from a distance, on the shore. Even from his vantage point, he could tell that the Portuguese tactics and maneuverability were slowly winning the day. Almeida's men may have been outnumbered, but their cannons, not to mention their plate and chain armor, had made them near invincible. One Mamluk ship after another was being overwhelmed with the ferocity of the Portuguese attack. It was at this point that Malik finally gave the order for his ships, along with his Calicut allies, to sail in on the Portuguese rear. Perhaps there was still a chance he could turn the tide. Francisco de Almeida, however, had anticipated this. He had created one last battle group which consisted of two ships, the Flor de la Mar and the São Antonio. He had kept his flagship back at a distance in the middle of the harbor where he could better take in the entire fight and give commands to his men. The São Antonio was deployed midway as a communication ship that conveyed his orders directly to his men. But the Flor de la Mar was directly positioned in this way to intercept the ships of Diu and Calicut. It was essentially one ship against many, but as this fleet moved in, the Flor de la Mar opened up on them. The initial broadsides were so violent that they shook Almeida's flagship to its core. Wooden beams groaned and the mighty ship began to come apart. Francisco immediately deployed his men for damage control. He knew he had to repair his ship. If the Flor de la Mar sank, the battle would have been lost. Miraculously, the ship held together and continued to unleash one volley after another. As luck would have it, the wind shifted and the current began to slow down. This brought Malek's ships to a near standstill, a perfect target for experienced Portuguese gunners to take them down. Throughout the day, the Flor de la Mar continued to fire its broadsides. It was said that the flagship unloaded over 600 rounds. At one point, Almeida had inflicted so much damage that the floating remains of his opponent's ships became an obstacle. The incoming Gujarati carracks were heavily damaged. Some were reduced to skeleton crews as their casualties skyrocketed. The ships at Calicut, meanwhile, only stood up to a volley or two before turning back and then retreating from the harbor altogether. The Flor de la Mar had effectively stopped this incoming fleet, in some places literally dead in their tracks. The fate of the Mamluk ships was now sealed. Fighting would continue down the line for the rest of the day. Amir Hussein's men did fight back ferociously. Indeed, a third of Almeida's men would be wounded. But the tide of battle had definitively shifted. The Portuguese were handing out death wholesale. A chronicler at the time would lament, "The sea was red with the blood of the dead." Eventually, even Amir Hussein's flagship was taken by a combined assault. The Mamluk admiral at the last moment decided to abandon ship and escaped in a longboat. Now only one Mamluk ship was left, the largest carrack of the fleet. The Portuguese swarmed it. Their goal was no longer to capture it. This final fight was about annihilation. Every gun was aimed at the lone ship, and then Almeida's fleet hit it with everything they had. It took several volleys, but finally the last ship was reduced to burning splinters. The Battle of Diu was over. Almeida's victory was absolute. As the sun set on February 3, 1509, the Portuguese counted 32 dead and over 400 wounded. Many of their ships were heavily damaged. Their adversaries, on the other hand, had it much worse. Every Mamluk ship was captured or destroyed. 4 Gujarati carracks were captured, and nearly 400 Mamluk warriors and 1,400 of Diu's men were killed. Francisco de Almeida, however, was not done. Crowley's account describes what is nothing less than bloodlust. Quote, Almeida did not want Diu. He considered it to be impossible to defend with his existing forces. Instead, he demanded substantial compensation and terrible revenge, which he got. Malacca Ayaz had to surrender all the Mamluks he was sheltering in the city to a variety of ghastly fates. Some had their hands and feet chopped off. Others were burned alive in a great pyre. Some were tied to the mouth of cannons and blasted to pieces, or put shackled into captured ships that were sunk by gunfire. The city gates were then decorated with bloody rosaries of dismembered body parts. If the outcome of Diu was perhaps inevitable, its consequences were profound. It destroyed once and for all the credibility of the Mamluk sultans and Muslim hopes that the Portuguese could be swept from the sea. The Franks were to be in the Indian Ocean to stay. End quote. The true legacy and importance of the Battle of Diu is still debated, but it's hard to argue that it didn't have at least a few lasting ramifications. Some historians strongly feel that it set the stage for Portuguese dominance in the Indian Ocean, which in turn would lead to one of the greatest trade empires in history. They'd go on to say that the trade routes that were established and the knowledge that was obtained set a new normal that would lead the way to globalization. What's more, every European power, either impressed or envious of Portugal's success, would be also keen to cash in on a similar experience. But perhaps it's best that we go back to 1509. Amir Hussein, the Mamluk admiral, would return to Egypt, ironically, on horseback. He'd eventually be given another command, but would be killed by his own first officer. The Mamluks would never again seriously threaten Portuguese interests. In time, they themselves would be conquered by the Ottomans in 1517. Malacca Ayaz would live on as governor of Diu. He'd always be looking for a way, any way, to preserve his city. He would die there in 1522, surrounded by wealth and opulence. The Zamorin of Calicut retreated his forces after the Battle of Diu. His city would continue to be defiant against European expansion, but the days of Calicut being an independent power were numbered. Francisco de Almeida returned to Cochin an empty man. He had nothing left. His wife had died years before, his son was dead, and his revenge was complete. He relinquished his position as viceroy, and in December of 1509, when the winds were favorable, he departed India and was destined never to return. As he made his return journey, he knew that his status in the eyes of King Manuel were tarnished. If he made it back to Lisbon, he figured that at best he'd be facing political exile, and at worst, arrest, imprisonment, and even execution. But he was fated never to return to his homeland. In March of 1510, just beyond the Cape of Good Hope, he was killed by a native African tribe in a minor skirmish over cattle. His men managed to recover his body, and he was interred in a small, humble grave in Cape Town. However, it is said that a tombstone was made for him back in Portugal. His epitaph would read, "Here lies Dom Francisco de Almeida, Viceroy of India, who never lied and who never fled." On January 2, 1510, Afonso de Albuquerque had maneuvered his fleet into position southwest of the city of Calicut. The cannons on his ships were primed, and his men, while tired from their long voyage from Cochin, were ready for any hostile action. Afonso had only become governor of India 2 months prior, after emerging from what was essentially house arrest by the prior viceroy, Francisco de Almeida. Almeida had at this point already departed from India to make his way back to Portugal, leaving Afonso in charge. But very soon afterwards, Dom Fernando Coutinho, the Marshal of Portugal, had arrived. He was a young, very hefty, ambitious man who was desperate for glory. However, he was also arrogant, reckless, some would call foolhardy, and compared to Albuquerque, inexperienced, especially when it came to military tactics and strategy. Despite that, the Marshal had come with a fleet of 15 ships and 3,000 men, making him the de facto Portuguese commander in the Indian Ocean. He simply carried a bigger stick. Coutinho was determined to make this fact clear as he approached Afonso, who just also happened to be his cousin. The Marshal declared that he would wipe out Calicut and its king, the Zamorin, in a single blow. Afonso had great reservations about this plan, but in the end, he had to acquiesce to an attack on the city. If nothing else, honor demanded it. The plan was for Coutinho to attack with a larger force from the north of the city. Albuquerque would approach from the south as more of a diversionary assault. The two men would have to land simultaneously and lead their respective forces quickly in a two-pronged attack. The two pincers would close in on a beautifully ornate royal pavilion known as the Sarame. Its impressive doors, which were intricately carved and inlaid with gold, silver, and jewels, were to be the Marshal's trophies. It would be he, and only he, that would have the honors of seizing the doors, and he, and again only he, that would deliver them personally to King Manuel I. Glory was there for the taking. All they had to do was perfectly execute their military operation. Two hours before dawn on January 3, 1510, a signal fire was lit from Coutinho's flagship. Over 1,500 men, draped in armor and thirsty for spoils, made their way to shore. The Marshal, however, did not understand the currents of the water, which could be fierce, and his contingent got carried well to the north of his intended landing zone, delaying the timetable entirely. Albuquerque, meanwhile, tried to keep his men in line to compensate for this delay, but the need for discipline was overcome by the need for plunder. Facing a potential breakdown in his formation, Afonso opted to launch his attack. Yelling out his battle cry, Santiago, his men surged forward. The defenders of Calicut rushed out to engage, and all along the beach, fierce fighting erupted. Albuquerque answered this counterattack by having his ships fire broadsides into his crowded enemies. With naval support, the defenders broke and ran. Albuquerque's soldiers pushed on into the city, fighting street to street, house to house. Afonso masterfully conducted his men, and within 1 hour, they had managed to fight their way to the Sarame. Meanwhile, the marshal and his men, who were weighed down by their heavy armor, were still marching along the beach when they heard the gunfire, the explosions, and the fighting. Fernando Coutinho was furious that his cousin would dare to attack without him, but his anger was only about to explode further. When he finally arrived at the royal pavilion, he saw that the famous exotic doors of the Sarame, his prize, had not only been cut out, but had already been packaged up and taken back to a ship. Now, keep in mind that Albuquerque had not done this to steal the glory and the honor, but more so for safekeeping, as his men were in the midst of a fever-pitched looting frenzy. The men of Portugal were basically stealing or destroying anything that wasn't already on fire. But this didn't matter to the marshal, who exploded in rage. He had been denied his trophy. Albuquerque tried to reason with him. He tried to calm him down. But at this point, Coutinho only had wrath in his veins and would roar back. "What is this? Alfonso de Albuquerque, your words mean nothing more than air. This honor is yours, and I want none of it." At which point, the marshal ordered the hard-won doors to be thrown into the sea. Dom Fernando Coutinho now needed something even greater to satisfy his honor. He called into his presence Gaspar de Gama, now known as Gaspar de Almeida. Gaspar was a jack of all trades, renowned for his intellect, his charm, and most of all, his ability to survive. He was truly an international man of mystery and spoke at least 6 different languages. And, as luck would have it, he just happened to know the way to the Zamorans' palace, which was located about 3 miles to the east of Calicut in the jungle. Now, while this was a very dangerous path, the palace was also home to the king of Calicut's vast treasury. Albuquerque knew that this was going to be a very bad idea, and once again he tried to reason with the marshal. He was remembered by a chronicler as saying, quote, "I beg of you, for pity's sake, don't take that road. From here to the houses of the king, it's a long way. The roads are bad. Men can only go in single file. You will put yourself in deep trouble getting there. You'll arrive exhausted, and there you will find many of these Nayar warriors, highly spirited and well-armed. I am telling you the truth. I beg you with all my heart, for pity's sake, don't go." End quote. It was a good warning, rational of thought, which of course was taken as both a threat and a challenge to the young corpulent commander, who immediately made his way into the jungle with 400 men and a small contingent of cannon to seek his glory. Albuquerque had no other choice but to follow, which ran against every fiber of wisdom and experience he had. He would say to his men, "We must be ready. Today we will see what God wills. Many of those you see going won't come back." The road was exactly as Afonso described. Long, winding, narrow, flanked by jungle. The men of Portugal had to walk single file. By now, Calicut was also engulfed in flame. The smoke that came out of the city blew to the east, which dropped the already low visibility to 0. As the marshal made his way, he began to encounter the Zamorans' Nayar warriors. Small groups at first, but resistance grew as they approached the palace. Regardless, Coutinho was determined, and despite taking significant losses, he eventually arrived at his destination. As they arrived, a huge fight broke out, but Portuguese steel was unmatched, and the palace guards were quickly routed. The Zamorans' treasury was now ripe for plunder. Roger Crowley, in his book The Conquerors, describes what happened next. Quote, "The looting began. Locks were smashed off with axes. Inside was an Aladdin's cave. There were chests that were stuffed with rich clothes, worked with silk and gold thread, velours and brocades from Arabia, and wooden reliquaries that were ornamented with gold and silver. The Fidalgos got their servants to pile up their private stashes, guarding them jealously in a ferocious competitive grab. The chance to become fabulously wealthy swept away all caution. They left their lances and their weapons outside, the better to scoop up armfuls of prizes. For 2 hours the plunder continued. The morning wore on. The day was becoming hot, but the looters failed to see what was coming. End quote. The Nayar warriors now had sufficient time to regroup and bring in reinforcements. The Zamorin now had the Portuguese vastly outnumbered. By the time Afonso de Albuquerque had arrived, the counterattack had begun. Afonso ordered his men to protect the road back to the city. He then rushed into the palace to convince his cousin, the marshal, to retreat immediately. Fernando Coutinho, after an extensive persuasion/argument, only agreed to depart if he was the last to go. For him, honor demanded it. The Portuguese then began to make their way back. Afonso and his men took up the lead, while Fernando's men took up the rear guard, and the marshal himself came in at the very tail of the procession with his cannons, keeping the Nayars at bay. The Zamorin's men masterfully used the jungle for cover and brought down several trees to block the road. The cannons, which needed to be wheeled in, now had to be abandoned as they couldn't be moved over the obstacles. When the Nayars saw that their opponents had lost their big guns, they unleashed an all-out attack. Coutinho, meanwhile, was exhausted in his plate armor. He and his men were soon overwhelmed. A slicing attack by a fierce Nayar from the rear found the literal Achilles heel in his plate mail. The slash cut the large man's foot right off. The marshal's men tried in vain to get the man back up, but they themselves were soon surrounded, and then all of them were cut to pieces. When the dust finally settled, the Nayars took their heads and their banners as prizes. Albuquerque, meanwhile, had made it back to the city, and there he was supervising a last-ditch defense on the beach. It was at this point that he got word that his cousin, the Marshal of Portugal, had fallen. He tried desperately to rally his men to go back and retrieve the body, but no one came forward to do the job. Indeed, as he watched, Portuguese soldiers from the ranks of the footmen to the Fidalgos were pouring out of the jungle in mass panic. The Nayars were right behind them. As the Portuguese ran, they threw their weapons and their armor to the sides. Seeing this, Albuquerque knew that the expedition was in serious jeopardy. He was now the man in charge, and he knew he had to do something quick. But he wouldn't have time to take command for long. An arrow struck him in the arm, followed by another arrow in the neck, and within a minute, a bullet hit him directly in the chest. He collapsed to the ground, and there he felt his blood and his life seep from his body. As night fell, the remainder of the Portuguese evacuated to the safety of their ships. There they were protected by their cannons. The casualties for Coutinho's reckless charge were immense. 300 men had died, another 400 were wounded, and most of these would later die as well of their wounds. In all, nearly a third of their force had been wiped out. It was later determined that 70 noblemen were killed, and it was thought that Gaspar de Almeida was one of the fallen. But his death was never confirmed, and by some accounts he lived on for another 10 years, albeit under a different name and in a different country. For the Zamorin, it was even worse. Over 2,000 men had been killed or wounded. Large portions of his city were reduced to ash. The merchant ships in the harbor, which provided his main source of income, were also destroyed. Miraculously, that night, Afonso de Albuquerque would awaken in the captain's quarters on board his flagship, drenched in his own blood. The arrow in his arm and neck had been carefully removed, and the bleeding had stopped. Despite that, his physicians had felt at one point that he would not make it. But surprisingly, the wound to his chest was not fatal. The bullet would eventually be extracted by his doctor, and again, as luck would have it, infection would not set in. However, Afonso would live from that day onwards with limited ability in his left arm, and a new respect for death. Over the next few days, he'd recover his strength. He went immediately into his new role. That is, with the death of the marshal, most of the Portuguese forces would fall into Afonso's lap. 12 of the 15 ships that Coutinho had brought would now be under his command. Albuquerque now had a sizable force, and for the first time, the governor of India was in a position to govern. The debacle at Calicut would serve as a constant reminder to Afonso de Albuquerque of what not to do. Brute force was not always the way to go. That said, Afonso, like his king Manuel I, shared a common conviction that Portugal needed to establish an empire and drive Islam from any place that it encountered. But the governor knew that resources were limited, and the Indian Ocean was a brutal theater of operations that bled men and material dry. Afonso's brush with death also instilled in him the notion that time was short. Thus, the governor went to work and came up with a bold new plan. Portugal was a relatively small country with a small population. As such, it didn't have the manpower to field large armies and therefore hold massive tracts of land. Afonso had come to the conclusion, like some of his predecessors, that instead of a large land empire, the better way to go was to control key strategic points on the map. If those areas could come under subjugation, Portuguese power could be extended and exerted nearly everywhere else. Albuquerque was eager to begin his strategy, but unknown to him at the time, he was about to embark on one of the greatest conquests in history. Afonso was a brilliant man, and not just in terms of strategic vision, but also when it came to politics, tactics, and economics. First and foremost, the governor got to work appeasing his king. Unlike his predecessor, Almeida, Albuquerque would send Manuel I a constant flow of information, justifying his every move, and when necessary, inflating the king's ego. Second, he made sure that the spice fleets met their quotas and made their way back to Lisbon, keeping the royal treasury full, if not overflowing. Third, Afonso took control of everything in his theater of operations. The King of Portugal, fearful of a coup, had divided the leadership of the Indian Ocean into 3 separate commands. Albuquerque theoretically was in charge of the central part, which comprised the western coast of India, but Africa had a separate commander, as did the lands and the islands to the east, which included Malacca. Now, while this division kept any one man from becoming too powerful, it also hamstrung the Portuguese ability to expand further, as no one had sufficient force. Afonso knew he could not go against His Majesty's rules about a divided leadership. At the same time, he wasn't going to let that stop him. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he was going to bend the rules a little, make that a lot, into his favor. He masterfully, diplomatically, and definitively under the royal radar, convinced the other 2 commanders to unify all of their power, thus bringing an otherwise scattered military under one supreme command with one supreme commander, which would turn out to be him. Finally, the governor got to work revitalizing the military. Roger Crowley explains the need for the change. Quote, "The massacre at Calicut had highlighted the shortcomings of the way the Portuguese fought. The military code of the Fidalgos valued personal heroic deeds over tactics. Victories were gained by acts of individual valor rather than by rational planning. The Portuguese fought with a ferocity that stunned the peoples of the Indian Ocean, but their methods were medieval and chaotic, and not too infrequently suicidal." Albuquerque was keenly aware of the military revolution sweeping across Europe. In the Italian wars of the late 15th century, professional Swiss mercenaries drilled to march and fight as organized groups had revolutionized battlefield tactics. Highly maneuverable columns, armed with pikes and halberds, had steamrolled their opponents in tight-massed formation. The governor, with the energy of a zealot, set about reorganizing and instructing his men in the tactics and disciplines of this new warfare. End quote. Cochin became a military camp. Corps of troops were trained to march in formation and use halberds and pikes. Portuguese strength would now move towards the goal of using organization and discipline rather than the need for honor, though it still would be a while before this mentality was fully integrated. The ships of the fleet were also fully refitted, and by early February of 1510, Afonso had 23 ships with 1,600 soldiers, along with several thousand mercenaries. Albuquerque was now ready to begin his campaigns of conquest. The real question was, where was he going to begin? Reports had come down the line that the Mamluks were creating a new fleet at the port of Suez. It was said that the Sultan had his shipyards working day and night. The Mamluks were, after all, keen to avenge their catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Diu the year prior. Thus, Albuquerque sailed out of Cochin and then north along the coast. However, he told no one of his true destination. By February 13th of 1510, he was anchored off the coast of Angedive Island. As his men were in the process of taking on fresh water, a fleet of ships approached them. It was commanded by a man named Temujin. Temujin was a Hindu pirate who had fought his way up the ranks. He had a formidable reputation and was well versed with everything that happened along the coast of India. Now, in the past, he had encountered the Portuguese before. He had first met Vasco da Gama and was impressed with the commander, albeit at that time he initially did try to kill him. A few years later, at the city of Anavar, Temujin had witnessed Francisco de Almeida and his son Lorenço unleash the destructive power of the Portuguese armada. The wily pirate had decided then and there to side with the Europeans and had been a valuable informant ever since. Temujin now told Albuquerque that the Mamluks had taken refuge in a city that was not that far away. There they were building not just a new fleet, but amassing an army. Furthermore, he explained that the population of this city was mostly Hindu, but they were governed by Muslims who had taxed them extremely cruelly. That is, the people were ready to revolt. All they needed was just a little guidance. Temujin also pointed out that the city was situated on an island between two rivers, thus giving it a defensive edge. And even more appealing, it had one of the most impressive deep-water ports in India. Afonso was sold. Initially, he had planned to go to the Red Sea. Instead, he set course for a place that up until now, the Portuguese, somewhat ironically, had completely ignored. His Portuguese armada now made its way to a new destination. In its path was the city of Goa, and there, glory awaited him. It was at the beginning of the 16th century that the powerful Vijayanagara Empire was about to enter into its greatest golden age. A new Raja had come to the esteemed Lion Throne in 1509. His name was Krishna-devaraya. He was the son of a concubine, and as such, his legitimacy and his ascension were never certain. His many enemies were quick to point out that he did not come from noble blood. But from his point of view, he simply didn't care, and what's more, it just would not matter. As a leader, he was a great balance of being intelligent, politically clever, militarily adept, and to his core, this man was ruthless. He managed to claw his way to the top. And under this Raja, this Hindu empire would flourish. The capital alone would reach a population of 500,000, making it one of the largest cities not just in India, but in the world. The Vijayanagara Empire during the time of Krishna-devaraya would control a vast portion of southern India. It made the king of Calicut's hegemony over the city-states of Kerala look modest in comparison. However, like all great powers, it had its share of enemies. Just to the north were the Muslim sultanates of the Deccan Plateau. What was once the Bahmani Sultanate had fractured in 1498. It had become 5 smaller states, of which the Sultanate of Bijapur had emerged to become an especially fierce adversary. The Sultan Yusuf Adil Shah, who was equally ruthless, was nearing the end of his life. His very young son, Ismail Adil Shah, had essentially taken charge and would continue his father's war. Now, directly on the border between the Vijayanagara Empire and the Bijapur Sultanate was the city of Goa. It was a remarkable prize that both contenders had ferociously fought over. In a span of 30 years, the city had been conquered by the Sultanate, reconquered by the Empire, and conquered again by the Sultanate. Goa's Hindu population was now under Muslim rule. Taxes were high, treatment of the people was poor, and thus they were ready to revolt. But what's more, with the Sultanate and the Empire distracted in their ongoing conflict, a perfect opportunity would now arise for a new challenger to enter the scene. On the morning of February 16, 1510, Afonso de Albuquerque and his Portuguese armada arrived at Goa. The governor of India, which was a title that was given to him by the King of Portugal, was happy with what he saw. The city had an ideal location. It was located on an island known as the Tisvadi, which was flanked by the Mondovi River to the north and the Zuari River to the south. It didn't take an expert to see that it had excellent defensive potential. What's more, as an added bonus, the lands that surrounded it were also very fertile. Afonso learned that Goa was a major hub of trade, as it not only had an exceptional deep-water port, but it was also located far enough inland that it was naturally sheltered from the monsoons. It was here that spice was traded extensively, but the real wealth came from the import of Arabian and Persian horses, which were valued for their application in war. After all, with the Sultanate and the Empire locked in a near-perpetual state of warfare, the horses had become a valuable commodity. And also, towards this end, they sadly needed to be constantly restocked. However, most importantly to the Portuguese commander was the disturbing news that he had received. It was Timoji, who was a Hindu pirate prince, now turned Portuguese ally and informant, who had warned Afonso that Goa was being used by the Mamluks as a staging area for a military offensive. Timoji stated that it was here that they were not only building a new army, but also a new navy to contest the Europeans. This bit of information would forever alter Afonso's plans for conquest. The Portuguese fleet was now diverted to the city. As the governor of India sailed in, he quickly saw that what Timoji had said was true. The city was being used to build up a massive enemy force. The shipyards of Goa were full of vessels under construction, and there were men being trained to use those ships. For Albuquerque, it was now definitively time to act. Afonso ordered his fleet into the deeper waters of the Mondovi River. His navy along the way had to subdue an artillery position on the northern bank before moving on. His first objective was to take the fortress of Panjim, located about 7 miles downstream from the city. Portuguese troops were deployed along the shore and supported by Timoji, who had brought in his own force at 2,000 men. There were only 400 men in the Panjim garrison, and its commander, Yusuf Gurji, was soon wounded in the initial attack. Fearing for his life, he abandoned his position and sought refuge in Goa. Without their chief officer, resistance inside the fortress soon collapsed, and the Portuguese quickly moved in to secure it. Meanwhile, Timoji had secretly entered into the city and had made contact with his informants, many of whom were the city leaders. The pirate managed to do exceptionally well with his negotiations. Indeed, before the day was done, 2 emissaries were sent to Albuquerque to discuss the surrender of Goa. Without a major fight, and perhaps more so that the people were ready for new management, the city was thus taken. On March 1st, 1510, Afonso de Albuquerque entered Goa. He was dressed in his finest suit of armor, and he sat on a silver inlaid saddle. 1,000 of his men flanked him as their halberds and their pikes glittered in the sun. The governor made his way in a grand procession to the center of Goa, where the leaders of the community ceremoniously handed him the keys to the city. From the entourage, a friar came forth and planted a white flag that had a red cross in the middle. This was the symbol of the Order of Christ. There would be no doubt to all that this conquest was a Christian one, and of course in Albuquerque's mind, the Portuguese were here to stay. Afonso went right to work in establishing himself. He declared religious tolerance, including that for Islam, and then promised to lower taxes. This, of course, made him a hit right from the start. Furthermore, he stated that the Hindus and the Muslims could abide by their own laws and customs. The only exception to this was sati, the Hindu practice where widows threw themselves into their husband's funeral pyre. Afonso, completely appalled by this, banned it entirely. The governor knew that Goa was special. He wanted it to be preserved. To his own men, he demanded that any type of violence, destruction, or plunder be completely outlawed, and this on the pain of death. Timoji, who had played such a vital role, was granted the title of chief tax collector, but his low caste made his position difficult with the Hindus of the city. Eventually, he'd have to be replaced. Afonso then ordered the defenses of Goa to be upgraded. The city walls were repaired and the moats were expanded. The unfinished Mamluk ships were to be completed and pressed into Portuguese service. The governor then went on to establish a royal mint. This facility would create gold coins known as cruzados. However, Afonso had each coin inscribed with his initial A. Vanity? Perhaps. Yet this little detail would come to haunt Albuquerque. In the future, his opponents in the court of Lisbon would use this to accuse him of nothing less than treason. However, at the time, things were going well in Goa. It was not long before ambassadors began to arrive to meet its new ruler. Diplomacy went very well. In fact, at one point, an alliance was even suggested with a Persian delegate to have his country attack the Mamluks. What's more, Albuquerque was also becoming better acquainted with the political scene in southern India. He even sent his own ambassador to the court of Krishnadevaraya to secure the help of the Vijayanagara Empire. The governor of India had done well. He had taken over the city in a near-bloodless attack and had used enlightened methods to secure the population. However, Albuquerque was soon going to learn that while taking Goa for him may have been easy, keeping it would be an entirely different matter. Unknown to him at the time, he was about to face one of his greatest challenges. Ismail Adil Shah was 12 years old when he assumed command of the Sultanate of Bijapur. His aging father was near death and could not effectively rule. The young sultan managed to survive an assassination attempt by his own senior advisors and then a coup to emerge as the new sultan. When he saw that his city of Goa had fallen, he immediately put down a large rebellion and then made a peace treaty with the Empire of Vijayanagar. He was now free to combine his forces and retake his property. The Sultan would send in 40,000 of his best battle-hardened veterans under the command of a Turkish general by the name of Pulad Khan. They would arrive at the outskirts of the city in late April of 1510. This army managed to rush in and rout Timurji's forces that were stationed on the mainland near Goa at the Banastaram ford. Afonso and his men could only watch as the Sultan's troops set up their military base. It was clear they were dealing with a massive force that greatly outnumbered them. Pulad Khan then began a series of minor attacks and skirmishes to test out Goa's defenses, which he determined were vastly inadequate. He also had messages smuggled into the city to convince the Muslims who lived there to revolt. The Turkish general, however, did not order a full-on assault. He wanted to buy time. He knew that the monsoons were coming, and when they arrived, the Portuguese would be trapped. It was in early May that a Portuguese renegade by the name of João Machado, who was now in the Sultan's service, approached Afonso. He informed the governor that the Sultan himself was arriving with reinforcements. Albuquerque, already outnumbered, was now going to be overwhelmed. That said, he also stated that Ismail Adil Shah was willing to establish peace with the Portuguese and even give them space nearby to build a fort, if Goa was relinquished. Ignoring the advice of his senior advisors and the sagging morale of his men, Albuquerque remained defiant, some would argue stubborn. His response was right to the point. He would yell back, "What the Portuguese win, they will never give up." 1 week later, the monsoons came. Afonso was now stuck, which was exactly what Pulad Khan was waiting for. It was on the night of May 11, 1510, that he launched an all-out attack across the Banastaram ford. The Sultan's men surged forward, and the defenders were quickly overrun. They were forced to retreat back into Goa. But once they made it back behind the city walls, they were met by a Muslim revolt that had been carefully timed. Before long, Afonso and his men had to retreat once again to the citadel of the city, and there they would remain surrounded for the next 20 days. During those 3 weeks, the Muslim uprising all around them intensified. Many of the local troops defected, and scores of Portuguese men began to die of disease. Yet during this entire time, Afonso remained resolute. He was counting on the idea that Bijapur and Vijayanagar were still at war with one another. After all, a new offensive from the empire was probably all that was needed to force the Sultan to back off. But when the governor learned that the two powers had made peace, and that his enemies were now planning to burn his ships, that he knew he had to withdraw. In the early morning of May 31st, Afonso and his men managed to escape the citadel. Before he left, he ordered Timuji to kill all the Muslim men, women, and children they encountered, though a handful of the women from the harem that they had previously taken were not to be touched. Afonso took these women with him, intending to give them to the Queen of Portugal as a gift. Meanwhile, the horses that they had in their possession were slaughtered, the cannons that they had were spiked, and all military goods were destroyed. They would leave nothing left for the enemy. When Palud Khan learned of the escape, his men poured in and gave chase. Afonso, however, had ordered his men to leave bags of spice and copper in the streets as a distraction to his pursuers, which effectively slowed them down. The Portuguese now ran for their ships, their last line of defense. Then they immediately set sail to the mouth of the Mondovi River, but there they could go no further. They were now prisoners to the horrendous weather of the monsoons, and behind them, Goa had fallen. The Sultan Ismail Adil Shah entered Goa to the sound of trumpets. There he witnessed firsthand the slaughter that the Portuguese had left behind. He ordered his cannons to fire on the governor's ships as they departed, but they were not able to inflict significant damage. Now, while Albuquerque had managed to escape the city, he soon discovered that his troubles had only started. Roger Crowley in the book The Conquerors explains, quote, "It was now the start of June of 1510. The monsoon announced itself in earnest. Torrential rains battered the ships. Winds whipped through the bending palms. With the river in spate, the ships had to be tethered at both bow and stern to prevent them from twisting in the current. On board, there were fierce debates among the senior commanders about whether they could make it out of the river mouth and plow the seas to the island of Angediva. The mood among the captains was surly. They blamed Albuquerque personally for this plight. They should have sailed sooner." End quote. The heat of the oppressive, humid summer set in. It was made worse by the incessant rain. Morale began to dwindle, and disease started to set in. Day in and day out, the Sultan's men continued to fire on the Portuguese ships. Now, while the cannonballs were too small to do damage to the wooden hulls, the unrelenting bombardment was psychologically exhausting and would trap the men of Portugal below deck. There they would exist in a gloomy twilight of cramped spaces. The air was filled with the stench of men reeling from sickness. For many, it was a struggle just to breathe in the muggy air. And yet, somehow they managed to continue. The days would turn into weeks. In late June, the torrential rain abruptly stopped. Then a new problem emerged. Afonso and his men discovered that the waters of the mouth of the Mondovi River were too muddy for good fishing and too salty to drink. Food had to be rationed and dehydration set in. When men were secretly sent ashore to find fresh water, they were hunted down and many wouldn't make it back. It was said that they paid for every drop of water with a drop of blood. Hunger became extremely dire. Some of the men resorted to hunting rats for food and eating their own leather clothes. A chronicler who witnessed this would say, "Thus by hunger and thirst on one part, and by war, lightning, and thunderstorm on another, the common folk were so stricken that some were driven to desperation." The situation continued to worsen, and by July of 1510, Afonso's men began to desert. Ismail Adil Shah, wary that hostilities might begin again with the Vijayanagar Empire, would send in his envoys to resolve this conflict as soon as possible. He was, after all, under pressure too. To his shock, Albuquerque would flatly refuse every offer. His responses were vulgar and disrespectful, to say the least. They would end with the same phrase, What the Portuguese win, they will never give up. And so the river siege would drag on and on. On board his flagship, the mighty Flor de la Mar, or Frol de la Mar, Afonso's circle of loyal men became smaller and smaller. Many of his captains began to see him as a deranged fool who had condemned them all to a slow death with his stubbornness. As the tension continued to mount, it was only Afonso's nephew, Antonio de Noronha, perhaps his most loyal subordinate, who managed to keep the peace, but just barely. The Sultan of Bijapur now tried a new tactic. A ship was sent in laden down with food and wine as a peace offering. All the governor had to do was simply sign a peace treaty. When Afonso saw this, he became extremely angry. He responded by taking his last reserves of food to create the appearance of a large feast on board the Flor de la Mar. Then he would yell back, "Take your food away, we have plenty. There will be no peace until Goa is returned." Afonso wasn't done. To show that the Portuguese still had strength, he ordered an attack on the fortress of Panjim. In the middle of the night and under cover of darkness, his men took the fortress by surprise. They managed to raid the food reserve and make it back to their ships before a counterattack could be mounted. However, Afonso's nephew Antonio was wounded in the assault and would soon die from infection. With the loss of Antonio de Noronha, who had been a great mediator, the delicate peace between Afonso and his captains was now shattered. Desertions escalated, and the Portuguese fleet came to the brink of mutiny. All that was needed now was a spark to set it off. It was in late July that a young fidalgo by the name of Ruy Diaz jumped over the side rail of his ship. He swam to the Flor de la Mar, climbed up the rudder, and made his way through a small hatch. He entered the chamber where the women who had been taken from the harem in Goa were being held. The ensuing pleasurable evening was repeated the next night, and then the night after that. Then Diaz was discovered. When Afonso found out what had happened, he was furious with the breakdown of decorum. He ordered the man to be hung. Diaz was promptly seized, and then the next day he was executed. The noblemen in the fleet exploded in anger, not so much about the execution, but rather the manner in which the man was killed. Diaz was not beheaded, which would have been at least worthy of a fidalgo, but instead he was hung like a common criminal. The insult was too much. Mutiny began and fighting broke out throughout the entire armada. The men of Portugal broke down into hand-to-hand combat. At one point in the fighting, the governor was trapped on his ship and nearly massacred. However, by sheer luck, Afonso was able to retake control and push the mutineers back. When he finally regained his authority, he came down hard on anyone that had opposed him. Some of the men were arrested, while others were slaughtered. A few met the same fate as Ruy Diaz. To anyone who had witnessed the fighting, which included the Sultan's men, there was no doubt now that the Portuguese were literally at each other's throats. After all, this would have been hard to keep a secret when they were dead bodies hanging from the yardarms. Ismail Adil Shah was delighted with the news, but the young Sultan would soon have a much bigger problem to contend with. The fragile peace with the Vijayanagara Empire was now over. The Sultan, and more importantly his army, had to move on. Goa had now become a test of pure willpower. It would all come down to who would flinch first, and thus the stalemate would continue. It wasn't until mid-August that the weather improved. The heavy rains and the strong winds that had kept Albuquerque a prisoner began to abate. Afonso knew that he and his fleet would probably not survive another mutiny, and thus, after 77 days of surviving a hellish river siege, the governor of India ordered his men to set sail. On August 15, 1510, the Portuguese armada retreated, but Afonso's obsession with Goa was far from over. Albuquerque would return, and he would do so in record time. However, when he did come back, he would not just bring his own fleet. Rather, the man would arrive with just about everything that Portugal had in the Indian Ocean. Defeat. The very concept was unappealing and unacceptable. It was an anathema to Afonso de Albuquerque. The loss of Goa tore away at his very soul. It was undisputed that the Sultan of Bijapur was now firmly in control of the city with an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the ships of Portugal were forced to leave the city behind. They laid course to the south. Everybody on board knew that they were lucky to have escaped with their lives. The battered Portuguese fleet made its way to Anjadiva Island. There it stopped to take on fresh water and start repairs. Despite making it there, the stifling climate of India and the unforgiving monsoon had taken their toll. Men were still dying from malnutrition and disease. Some would collapse from sheer exhaustion. What's more, morale had been shattered, and many of the captains were still on the brink of mutiny. The governor of India, however, could think of nothing else than retaking his prized city. He was a man that was not just driven, but blinded by his obsession. A few days after the fleet had arrived at Anjadiva, ships were spotted on the horizon. With some degree of panic, the sailors scrambled to ready the beleaguered fleet for battle. But when these ships came closer, there was a major sigh of relief. These incoming vessels had Portuguese flags. This fleet, which consisted of 4 ships, was under the command of Diogo Mendes de Vasconcelos. They had been commanded by the King of Portugal to capture Malacca, a city estimated to have 120,000 people. Clearly, this paltry force was not up to the job. Albuquerque immediately saw better use for them. The governor of India, with some suave persuasion and most likely a lot of threats, strong-armed Diogo and his ships to join him. Together, they all made their way south along the Malabar coast, and in a few days, this combined fleet arrived at the city of Kannur. Afonso would stop here to take on more supplies, but while he was loading his ships up, he was greeted by another Portuguese fleet. This time, it was a force of 12 ships that was led by the Admiral Duarte Lemos. They were inbound from the island of Socotra, located at the entrance of the Red Sea. King Manuel I had placed them in charge of securing spices, especially pepper, which was in extremely high demand in Europe. However, as before, Albuquerque had a much better use for these men and their ships, albeit he was only able to secure some of them under his command. This armada now sailed for Cochin, which had become Portugal's greatest ally. For Afonso de Albuquerque, it was now his only refuge, but it was here that he would start his new campaign. The governor of India entered the city of Cochin to find its Raja embroiled in a massive family dispute that threatened his position as sovereign. Putting aside his plans to retake Goa, Afonso deployed his men to support the Raja of Cochin and helped him put down any opposition. This military move secured the city as a friend to Portugal. The ruler immediately opened up all the shipyards for Albuquerque to use. For the next 2 months, Afonso worked feverishly to refit his ships, train his men, and restore morale. By late October of 1510, Afonso de Albuquerque had 34 ships and 1,600 well-trained soldiers. But more importantly, he had managed to restore his men's morale. During his time in Cochin, Afonso had also pulled in some diplomatic strings. The ruler of the city of Anavar deployed 15,000 troops to assist the Portuguese. Timagi, meanwhile, had managed to secure 4,000 men and an additional 60 light galleys. The pirate prince had also learned that the Sultan of Bijapur was once again at war with the Empire of Vijayanagar. He was so heavily engaged in battle that his troops had to move out of Goa, and they would not be coming back anytime soon. For Afonso, his men, and his allies, this would be the perfect time to go on the attack. It was on October 10th, 1510 that Afonso proclaimed to his men that they could follow him or face the king as cowards. Now keep it in mind that this really wasn't much of a choice, but rather a thinly veiled death threat. One by one his captains fell into line. Even some of the men who had been imprisoned during the mutiny on the Mandovi River were pardoned if they agreed to fight. 1 week later, on October 17th, the ships moved out. Afonso took his time. He wanted to maintain good formation and coordinate his campaign with the movement of his allies. He stopped frequently to resupply and show the city-states of Kerala the might of his force. He was, after all, carrying a much bigger stick, and as such, his voyage to the north went unopposed. On November 24, 1510, the Portuguese returned to Goa. The armada made its way back into the Mandovi River. There they would anchor at the Rabander Ford, which was about 4 miles downstream from Goa. Scouting parties were deployed to investigate the defenses of the city, which were still mediocre. However, they did find out that it had a formidable garrison of 8,000 men. It was that night that Albuquerque would meet up with his commanders to devise a plan of attack. The governor divided his forces into 3 main attack groups. The first 2 elements would land north of the city to storm the riverside gates. They'd be supported by the Navy. The third and final group Albuquerque would personally lead. They would approach the city from the west. Temujin and his men were instructed to come in and assist this line of attack. Afonso reviewed his battle plans with his men well into the night. Everybody knew what they had to do and what was expected of them. On the morning of November 25, 1510, St. Catherine's Day, the assault began. The armada moved into its assigned position on the Mandovi River. Cannons were primed and brought to bear on every vessel. Then the stillness of the morning was shattered as Afonso's men unleashed a massive shore bombardment. The incoming cannonballs scattered the defenders and pulverized any artillery position that had been set up. The first contingent of men landed precisely on time. They were well shielded in their steel armor against the barrage of arrows that came at them. When the city garrison rushed out to attack them, the Portuguese responded by throwing grenades, that is, ingeniously designed clay capsules that were filled with gunpowder. This explosive attack took the garrison completely off guard. It staggered them into a retreat. It also created a smokescreen that allowed the Europeans to rush the gate. The Portuguese closed the distance quickly and threw in their halberds. The weapons got lodged in and prevented the city defenders from closing the doors entirely. Now it would only be a matter of time before the gate was breached. In the meantime, one resourceful soldier named Fradique Fernandes jammed his spear into the city wall. He then used it to climb into a tower, pull out a Portuguese flag, and scream Santiago as he waved it around like a fanatic. Roger Crowley in the book The Conquerors related what happened next. Quote, "Distracted by the flag of Portugal waving from the battlements, the defenders lost the tussle to slam the gate shut. It was ripped open and the Portuguese poured inside. As the defenders fell back, they were hit by another unit which had smashed through a second gate. The fighting that ensued was extremely bloody. The Portuguese chroniclers who witnessed these events would describe it as demented bravery. One of the first to make it through the gate, Manuel de la Cerda, was pierced just below the eye by a barbed arrow which embedded itself too deeply to be removed. He snapped off the shaft and fought on with the ghastly stump protruding from his bloody face." End quote. The city garrison that was left by the Sultan, Ismail Adil Shah, was again 8,000 strong, but once the city walls had been breached, they became nothing more than a confused rabble. Fighting erupted all over the city, in towers, along the walls, in small streets, and in the rubble of buildings. The Portuguese were confronted everywhere they went. For 5 long, ghastly hours, the Battle of Goa continued. However, Albuquerque's men would prove unstoppable. Their bloodlust at this point was insatiable. The defenders of the city, facing complete collapse, eventually broke and ran. But that's when the real slaughter started. Afonso's men would hunt down the Muslim garrison as it made its way to the Mandovi River. Most attempted to swim across, but the vast majority would drown. The lucky few who did manage to make it across the river would now face a new nightmare. Afonso's Hindu allies from the city of Anavar had just arrived. The bloodshed of the Muslim defenders would thus continue well into the night. After the battle had ended, the governor ordered his men to remain in Goa. He didn't want a repeat of the disaster that had occurred to him at Calicut. Instead, he allowed his troops the next 3 days to plunder the city and then issued the proclamation that all Muslims were to be killed. In his mind, they had risen up against him and could no longer be trusted. Furthermore, the Portuguese renegades who had defected to the Sultan were to be rooted out, brought to him, and then burned alive. His soldiers would follow his instructions to the letter. In a correspondence to the king, Afonso would later boast of his exploits. Quote, "Our Lord has done great things for us because he wanted us to accomplish a deed so magnificent that it surpasses even what we prayed for. I have burned the town and have killed everyone. For 4 days without any pause, our men have slaughtered. Wherever we have been able to get into, we have not spared the life of a single Muslim. We have herded them like cattle into mosques and then set them on fire. We have estimated the number of dead Muslim men and women at 6,000. It was, sire, a very fine deed." End quote. The massacre of the Muslim population of Goa was systematic and brutal. Albuquerque would summarize it with a single word: cleansed. The number of people that were slaughtered was so immense that it moved a Florentine chronicler, Piero Strozzi, to lament, quote, "The bodies of the dead were thrown into the water to the crocodiles. The destruction was so great that the river was filled with blood. For an entire week afterwards, the tides would deposit these corpses on the banks." End quote. Apparently, even the otherwise ravenous wildlife could not eat it all. Regardless, the Mandovi River would remain red for weeks. Now, while the losses for the Sultan were extreme, the Portuguese were estimated to have suffered 50 dead and 300 wounded. Goa was once again in Afonso's hands. Over the next few months, the governor of India went to work to secure his prized city. The fortifications were rebuilt using the latest in European technology. The walls were fortified and in some places completely rebuilt. Afonso, also knowing that the Indian climate was harsh on his men, started to encourage a mixed marriage policy. This, of course, didn't go over well with the priests and the aristocracy that were with him, but this very intermarriage would lay the foundation for an enduring Indo-Portuguese population. The measures that Albuquerque employed would be needed. The Sultan and his army would return. The battle for Goa was not over yet. However, for the time being, the Portuguese flag would fly above the battlements of the city without opposition. Now, keep in mind that because of this conquest, Afonso would go down in history as the second European to capture land in India. The first European to do this, by the way, did it 1,800 years prior. His name was Alexander the Great. By early 1511, Goa's defenses had been greatly improved. Larger cannons had been installed, the city walls and fortifications had been upgraded, and the garrison had been brought up to over 8,000 well-trained men. What's more, the shipyards and the docks had been busy refitting the fleet. Albuquerque now faced a new major dilemma. He had to decide what to do next, and time was of the essence. While he had a major force, he also had numerous enemies that were all closing in. To the north, he knew that the Sultan of Bijapur was gearing up for another fight. He had beaten back the Vijayanagar Empire and was building up his army. To the west, there were rumors that the Mamluks were building another armada in the shipyards of Suez. It was obvious that they still wanted payback for the Battle of Diu. And of course, the conquest of the city of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf was still a score that Albuquerque needed to settle. To complicate matters even more, to the east was the Sultanate of Malacca, an Islamic kingdom that was renowned for its wealth, which had now become hostile towards Portugal. What's more, Afonso's greatest competitors, the Castilians, were also aware of this impressive city and wanted to claim it as their own. The decision of where to move next, however, would essentially be made for him. A few months prior to his conquest of Goa, Albuquerque had received a letter from another Portuguese captain by the name of Rui de Araújo. Rui was a member of a prior expedition that King Manuel had sent in 1508 to establish contact and a trading outpost in Malacca. Negotiations had gone poorly. Rui and his men were now prisoners. However, he was able to smuggle out a message using a Hindu intermediary. His letter indicated that they were in a desperate situation and needed to be rescued. But furthermore, his message also had a comprehensive layout of the Sultanate of Malacca, its riches, and its military capabilities. To Albuquerque, this was the perfect invitation and justification for a military campaign. First, however, before he could begin his preparations, Afonso was forced to deal with putting down dissent amongst his own ranks. Diego Mendes de Vasconcelos, the man that King Manuel had given 4 ships and the task to capture Malacca, approached the governor. He wanted his ships back in order to do what his king had asked of him. Afonso knew that this was a fool's errand, as such a small force would never have a chance to capture such a large city. Thus, the man was denied permission to leave. Albuquerque knew that he'd need every ship he had to take on Malacca. Furthermore, there was a massive number of preparations that he needed to get done before the armada could leave. However, Vasconcelos was too impatient to wait. He mutinied along with his fleet, but he was soon caught, arrested, and then imprisoned. The pilots of his ships were promptly hung. His small fleet was then quickly and permanently incorporated into the governor's armada. Afonso de Albuquerque wanted to make it explicitly clear to his men that he was the one in supreme command. It would either be his way or the end of a rope. In April of 1511, Afonso set sail with 18 ships and over 1,000 men. They were the very best under his command. He rounded the tip of India and then made his bearing to the east. Malacca was rumored to be ahead, just 40 days of sailing with a good wind. However, the governor knew that sailing at this time would mean that the monsoons would be in full effect back in India as they made their passage to the east. This implied for Albuquerque and his armada that there would be no turning back and there would be no reinforcements. If he was concerned, he never showed it. Once again, Afonso was determined to put everything on the line as he sailed into yet another dangerous campaign. When Vasco da Gama first arrived in India in 1498, he heard rumors of a vast, wealthy city that was a month and a half of travel to the east. From his informants, he soon learned that its name was Malacca. In the Portuguese imagination, it would now take on a near mythical reputation. The population alone was said to have numbered over 100,000, and this at a time when most of the cities in Europe barely reached half that number. The city was cosmopolitan, home to a multitude of cultures. It would later be said that within its walls were over 84 distinct dialects. It was here that Arabian, Indian, and Persian merchants haggled with their colleagues from Indonesia, China, Burma, and the fabled Spice Islands, whose names had yet to even register in the European consciousness. The port city was strategically positioned magnificently on the eastern side of the Strait of Malacca, a narrow, long passage that, to this day, is one of the most important sea lanes in the world. Malacca was renowned as the portal through which the treasures of the Indian and the Pacific Oceans flowed. Anyone who held it had leverage over a vast domain. Its significance was so important that it gained the title, the Eye of the Sun. Here, porcelain, tea, and silks from China, nutmeg and cloves from the Spice Islands, sandalwood from Indonesia, horses from Arabia, pepper from India, and gold and gems from Southeast Asia were just everyday commodities. They were traded in Malacca's bustling markets, and some, back in Europe, would be worth their weight in gold. There were stories that the rich and affluent lived like kings, that wealth was there for the taking if one had the strength and the daring to seize it. However, there were also other darker, exotic tales, and perhaps just stories. It was said that deep in the city was a dungeon where cannibals from the surrounding islands were caught and imprisoned. Those who had committed the worst of crimes were thrown into this chamber and were left there to be literally devoured. When Francisco de Almeida, the Viceroy of India, came with his armada in 1506, he attempted to find the city with minimal success. The Viceroy would eventually be consumed by the need to avenge the death of his son. His fate would lead him to the pivotal Battle of Diu in 1509, and he would pursue Malacca no further. However, the city at this point had entered into legend and could not simply be erased from the European mind. By 1508, even Portugal's biggest rivals, the Castilians, were in search of it. It was then that King Manuel made up his mind. Malacca would be his. In April of 1508, he dispatched a fleet under the command of Diogo da Cunha. Like his countrymen, this explorer would engage in the India run. He rounded the tip of Africa and got to Cochin after a year of travel. From there, on August 19th, his fleet of 5 ships would travel east, and it was on September 11th, 1509, that they arrived at Malacca. However, the Portuguese reputation for violence had preceded him. No one took Sequera's claim that they had come for peaceful trade seriously. Stefan Zweig, in his book Magellan, gives us the vibe. Quote, "The Portuguese stared open-mouthed at the huge city. This jewel of the worshippers of the prophet sparkled in the tropical sunshine and was destined, so they thought, to become the brightest jewel in the crown of their king, who was now to be the Portuguese Emperor of the East." The Malay Sultan in his turn contemplated the new arrivals and ships of an unfamiliar type with no less amazement and with much disquiet. He and his advisors had good reason for being uneasy. Tidings from the Malabar coast of India had spread across the wide Bay of Bengal. The ruler of Malacca knew full well that these terrible foreigners did not really come merely for the purposes of peaceful trade, but would rather await a favorable opportunity to establish themselves and then pursue their essential purpose of plunder. End quote. The Sultan Mahmud Shah ibn al-Marhum may have been young, inexperienced, and an opium addict, but he was still ruthless. He would respond to what he saw as falsehood with falsehood. He invited the Portuguese into a royal reception and then granted them the right to establish an outpost in the city. Predictably, it was a trap, but Sequera walked blindly into it. The Sultan had already been convinced by his inner circle of advisors, which consisted of the wealthiest Gujarati and Javanese merchants, most of them being Muslim, to betray and destroy the Europeans. They didn't, after all, want the Portuguese to be infringing on their lucrative trade, and for that matter, bringing their holy war to their doorsteps. An attack would come, and when it came, it would take Diogo Sequera and his men completely by surprise. It was about a week after their warm reception that Captain de Souza was standing on the bridge of his caravel watching over the fleet. The night was strangely tranquil. As he looked on, he saw that the larger Portuguese ships were in the process of being loaded up with spices. Many of his countrymen had taken shore leave to construct the outpost and indulge in the delights of the city, which the Sultan seemed only too happy to provide. But there was something that made the captain feel very uneasy. As he gazed out, he saw that there were too many Malay ships in the harbor, and they were approaching just a little too fast. De Souza, sensing something ominous, called forth for his best soldier, a man named Fernão de Magalhães. History, however, would better know him by the semi-Latinized variant of his name, Ferdinand Magellan. Magellan was immediately dispatched to the flagship to warn Diogo da Cunha. He would find the admiral at ease playing a game of chess, oblivious to any type of threat. But no sooner had he conveyed his message than a column of smoke was released from the Sultan's palace. This was the signal for an all-out attack. The Malay ships surged forward and swarmed the Portuguese fleet. Their warriors scrambled up the sides of the ships in an attempt to capture them. But Magellan's warning had come at just the right time. Diogo da Cunha sounded the alarm and his fleet jumped into action. Men raced to put on their armor and prime their weapons. Fights erupted all over as the Europeans fought to contain the overwhelming boarding parties. Cannons came alive and blasted swathes into their enemies. The fighting throughout the fleet became desperate. In the city, the Sultan's men hunted down the men of Portugal. They found many too drunk to stand. Some were killed instantly, but the vast majority were captured. But a few managed to fight back. In a daring, near-suicidal display of heroism, Francisco Serrao fought against 10-to-1 odds as he hacked and slayed his way from the city to the shore. Magellan, who was close friends with Serrao, watched this confrontation unfold from the flagship. He jumped into a longboat and rowed in quickly to rescue his friend. Serrao was badly wounded, but these two men managed to make it back to the fleet. As fate would decree, both men would still have an influential role yet to play in history. Back on board the ships, after extensive fighting, Diogo Lopes de Sequeira and his men managed to push the Malay boarding parties back, but reinforcements were on their way. Everybody knew at this point that this was a lost cause. 1/3 of Diogo's men had become casualties, 20 of which were now the Sultan's prisoners. The admiral ordered his fleet to cut their lines and set sail. The Portuguese fleet then made their way to sea, thundering off broadsides to anyone that dared approach them. Before the admiral left, however, he sent back 2 Malay captives, both of which had arrows through their heads. This was a warning to Malacca that anyone who harmed the Portuguese captives were to meet a similar fate. Diogo resigned himself. He had no choice but to retreat, but the Portuguese would return, and this time it would be under a much more formidable commander with a much more formidable force. From Cochin in India across the Bay of Bengal and through the Strait of Malacca was a journey of 1,500 miles. Afonso de Albuquerque made this passage with the fierce weather, the monsoons closing in on his back. He had no way of retreating. In his possession, he carried letters from one of the men who had been imprisoned in Malacca named Rui de Araujo. Rui managed to skillfully use a disgruntled Hindu intermediary to carry the letters to the governor. In them was the detailed account of the Sultan's military forces, their composition, their numbers, their weapons, their ships, and most importantly, their weaknesses. Rui emphasized that Albuquerque needed to come with everything he could muster, and that is exactly what he did. Under his command were 18 ships, of which 12 were carracks. These were the best ships in the fleet, and they had all been refitted for a fight. What Afonso lacked, however, was sufficient manpower. He only had 1,000 men, but he was determined to make them count. His flagship was the legendary Flor de la Mar. It was the pride of the Portuguese Navy. It had served Vasco da Gama during his Calicut campaign and had carried Francisco de Almeida to his victory at Diu. The Flor de la Mar was now 9 years old and a challenge to keep seaworthy, but regardless, at 400 tons, it remained a powerful ship. As the governor of India made his way, the appearance of Indian and Arabian dhows was replaced by Chinese and Javanese junks. Afonso and his men were amazed by the size of these ships. They were built like castles and towered even above the Flor de la Mar. Some would have 9 masts or even more. During one encounter, he ordered his armada to close in and attack a Javanese junk. His artillery could barely make a dent in it despite 2 days of bombardment. It was only when the Portuguese blew away its rudder that this 600-ton ship decided to surrender. This engagement would leave a lasting impression in Afonso's mind. He knew now that they were sailing into a new sea with people who built impressive ships. On July 1st, 1511, the Portuguese armada arrived at Malacca. Afonso ordered a fleet-wide broadside to announce their presence. The city that they saw before them did not disappoint. It sprawled over 3 miles along the coast. Inside its confines was every structure, from simple grass huts to the most inspiring palaces and citadels. There were temples and minarets that dotted the skyline. Just offshore were hundreds of anchored ships of varying nationalities and designs. The governor immediately realized that the harbor was not only sheltered from the winds, but was deep and big enough to accommodate over 1,000 vessels. Malacca itself was cut in two by a large river that ran down near its center, which in turn was spanned by a large bridge. Surrounding the city, however, was an impenetrable and dense swamp, which was full of disease, malaria, and predators. There were few roads and no farmland. Afonso quickly saw this as a great weakness. The city was entirely dependent on the sea for its food and its goods. But that said, it was still an insanely valuable prize that now glistened before him in the tropical heat. What would follow was an intense standoff between the governor and the Sultan. Mahmud Shah simply refused to release his prisoners. He did, however, send out his ambassadors to establish a peace treaty, but he purposely delayed the negotiations. He was calculating that the incoming monsoon would drive the Portuguese away. Plus, it bought him time to upgrade the city's defenses. The Sultan by now had 20,000 men at his disposal, but only a quarter of them were ready for battle. In addition, he also had archers, war elephants, and approximately 400 cannons, but these were of small caliber, poor quality, and his gunners were very inexperienced. Afonso knew exactly what his opponent was up to. He had, after all, dealt with this exact same situation before at Goa. As such, he only had the patience to tolerate this for so long. By mid-July, the governor had had enough. He ordered the armada to go in and begin shelling the city, including many of the ships in the harbor. By the end of that day, the city's waterfront, along with many of the merchant ships, were in flames. Now keep in mind that most of the people in Malacca, including its own ruler, had never seen such firepower. For them, it was shock and awe. Sultan Mahmud Shah dusted off his Portuguese prisoners, dressed them in regal attire, and released them. But this only fueled Albuquerque's ambition. For him, it was blood in the water. The governor now blockaded the harbor and ordered that no ship could leave. He then went on to demand room in the city to build both an outpost and a fortress. Once again, the Sultan would go back to his delaying tactics. As a result, the stage was now set for a major conflict. On July 24, 1511, 2 hours before the sun arose, Afonso de Albuquerque gave the signal to launch an attack. The key to Malacca was the high bridge that connected the two halves of the city. However, it was too tall to directly assault. Afonso thus divided his men into two contingents. They were to land on lower ground on either side of the bridge and move in promptly to secure it. The Navy came up to provide coastal bombardment, covering the landing craft as they moved in. As the Portuguese soldiers hit the beach, the Malaccan defenders came alive. They fired their cannons, but these were mostly ineffective. Their archers then began to shoot arrows and darts that were tipped with deadly poison from pufferfish. Those who got hit would later die. But most of the Portuguese were well shielded in their plate armor and continued to advance. As the sun came up, the men of Portugal began to take the bridge, but the grueling fight would drag on, lasting well into midday. The heat and the humidity would eventually become too much to take. It drained Afonso's men of their resolve. Some began to collapse as heat exhaustion set in. Seeing that his opponents were beginning to falter, Sultan Mahmud Shah unleashed a powerful offensive. Roger Crowley in the book Conquerors explains the confrontation that ensued. Quote, "Fighting for the bridge became fierce. The Sultan decided to enter the contest in person. His 20 war elephants came rampaging down the street, smashing everything in their way. They were followed by a large body of men. The elephant drivers would urge their beasts on, which had swords swinging from their tusks. In the face of this terrifying cohort, the Portuguese started to retreat. It was just 2 men who stood their ground, confronting the enraged elephant of the king with their lances. One stabbed it in the eye, the other in the stomach. Maddened with pain, the wounded beast, roaring furiously, turned, grabbed its own driver, and smashed him into the ground. Pandemonium and wild trumpeting broke out among the elephants following behind. The king just barely managed to slip out from his beast and escape, but the great charge had been halted. The elephants now stampeded off back into their own men, trampling and scattering bodies in their wake." End quote. With his men en route, the Sultan gave up the fight for the day. The death of his royal elephant was especially unsettling. As the fighting tapered off, the bridge was eventually taken, but Afonso's men were too exhausted to fortify their position. Another attack would likely have driven them off entirely. Afonso then made the decision to withdraw. This was not something that his men enjoyed, as it would prevent them from raiding the city, but they knew better than to question his orders. As his forces made their way back to the ships, they looted what they could and then set fires behind them in order to block their retreat. The Sultan once again sent out envoys to establish peace, but what he really needed was time to reorganize his men and repair the defenses of the city. Afonso was not done, however. If anything, he was more determined than ever. As he contemplated his failure, he knew that the bridge was still the most crucial strategic point, but he needed a way to get there quicker and, more importantly, to secure it. The problem remained that the bridge was simply too tall to directly assault. The solution to his dilemma, however, would come very quickly. On the morning of August 10th, 1511, a dense morning mist obscured the view of the Sultan's men as they were guarding the bridge, yet they could hear that something was happening. From the fog emerged a giant shadow that towered above them and was slowly approaching. Alarms went off throughout the entire city. They knew that they were under attack. The lumbering shadow revealed itself as a giant Javanese junk. Afonso had remembered his encounter with the immense fortress ships from the Bay of Bengal. 10 days prior, he had borrowed one from a local, armed it to the teeth with cannons, and had it towed near the bridge. It came under intense attack, but its sturdy hull resisted all incoming fire. However, due to its low draft, it had become lodged on a sandbank. Regardless, Afonso was determined to use it in his very meticulous plans. The governor had his men attempt numerous times to dislodge the ship, but it was 10 days later that he finally got the king high tide that he'd been waiting for. It was on that morning that the water level had risen to a level where the junk could finally be moved in closer. Afonso now had a platform to rain down firepower on the bridge and all surrounding areas. In the meantime, he had divided up his men into 3 columns. This time they would all come in on the western side of the bridge so that they could provide mutual support. Once again, the Navy would open up with a coastal bombardment that would end just as the Portuguese soldiers hit the beaches. All along the coast, the city's defenses and fortifications were overrun. Eventually, the defenders fell back. After the landing grounds were taken, the governor's men moved up quickly to attack the western bridgehead. It was here that they started to encounter fierce resistance, but under protective cannon fire from the junk, they were able to rapidly secure the western bridgehead. And then, not missing a step, they blitzed across the span to take the eastern bridgehead as well. When the Sultan's men attempted to counterattack, they were simply cut down by incoming artillery. Later, the war elephants were deployed to charge the bridge. They were able to make it about halfway across. However, the blasts of the cannons just above them terrified the large animals into running away. While the fight for the bridge continued, Afonso had prefabricated barricades made from logs and barrels unloaded. They were moved up to fortify the bridge. Albuquerque had also established a supply chain which brought in fresh water, food, and awnings to protect his men from the sun. The bridge was thus secured and turned into a fortress. The city was effectively cut in two, and for Afonso, it was time to begin his next phase of operations. Afonso ordered his men not to advance from the bridge or the beaches without his express permission. He didn't want a repeat of the failed offensive he had endured at Calicut. Instead, he wanted to expand his zone of occupation in a stepwise manner. His men, who had by now been drilled to a new level of military discipline, were deployed in heavily armored 6x6 squares with their pikes pointing out at one end. They would be backed up by crossbowmen who could pick off anyone attempting to snipe at them. These search and destroy phalanxes were then deployed to systematically prowl the city in a grid-like manner. Resistance in the city was obliterated to the sound of Portuguese drums and to the screams of Santiago. Afonso's soldiers moved confidently through the narrow streets. The only thing they truly feared were the blowguns with the lethal poison-tipped darts. Otherwise, his men were untouchable. Now, while the Chinese and the Hindu populations were spared, the Muslims were killed on sight, men, women, and children. This systematic and some could argue brutal method would continue for more than a week, and by late August, the city had been purged of all opposition. Sultan Mahmud Shah grabbed whatever he could from his treasury and then quickly fled into the jungle. Malacca was now officially part of the Portuguese Empire. Albuquerque knew that his men had endured severe hardships to secure the city, and thus he allowed them 3 days to loot it. However, the governor wanted Malacca to be intact. His plan, to the chagrin of his men, was not just to plunder, but to integrate the strategic port city into a growing empire. The sack was well conducted. No buildings were to be burned. The Sultan's palace was strictly off limits. Its treasures had been reserved for the king. The men were divided into groups, and each was allotted a time to enter and take what they could find. Then the loot was all brought to a central location for distribution. Roger Crowley in Conquerors explains, quote, "The streets of Malacca were left strewn with extraordinary merchandise of all sorts. Jewels, jars of musk, chests crammed with cloth, silks, taffetas, and camphor. There were rooms full of sandalwood and rare blue and white Chinese porcelain. The men under Albuquerque's orders gathered objects of dazzling opulence as gifts for the king, while the governor, who lived with the idea of his own death as much as his life, took for himself 6 bronze lions to adorn his tomb. The Sultan's palace was then burned to the ground. End quote. Albuquerque had learned his lesson from Goa. He wanted Malacca to be heavily secured. At the southern portion of the city, on the eastern bank of the river, a fortress was to be constructed. The conditions in the intense heat and humidity were simply grueling. Men would continually get sick from dehydration, poor nutrition, and from malaria. At one point, even Afonso began to run high fevers. For 2 really long months, Albuquerque's men salvaged stone from destroyed mosques, walls, and houses. Slowly, the fortress would go up, and with it, the defenses of the city were also upgraded. Afonso was able to skillfully integrate the locals into the administration of the city. For better or worse, the bureaucracy was back online. The local mint was then repurposed into creating a Portuguese currency, and the governor's prior policy of intermarriage was also enacted. Now, vast plunder aside, perhaps one of the most important aspects at taking Malacca was the wealth of information that was obtained. Albuquerque learned of the influential powers in the region. Ambassadors were dispatched to Burma, to the King of Siam, and to Canton to establish relations with the Ming dynasty. The governor also learned about new trade routes. Indeed, he learned about an entirely new network. Ships were quickly dispatched to Sumatra, Java, and most critically of all, an expedition was sent to find the most valuable prize, the fabled Spice Islands, where some of the most valuable spices on Earth came from. The governor was able to take a lot of pride in his men. They had accomplished an astounding victory at Malacca. Another aspect of the grand plan for a Portuguese empire had been fulfilled. However, Afonso knew that his time in Malacca was running out. The monsoons would soon be coming, and if he did not leave, he'd be trapped in the Malay Peninsula for another year. Albuquerque decided to leave a garrison of 300 men and 8 ships to defend his latest acquisition. At the beginning of November of 1511, when the winds were favorable, Afonso ordered his men to depart. They set their bearing to the northwest to begin their run through the Strait of Malacca. The ships were filled with spice and a vast wealth and plunder. At the head of the fleet was once again the mighty Flor de la Mar, which now carried a massive treasure for the King of Portugal. The governor was in excellent spirits, and the morale of his men was high. Afonso was eager to ride that enthusiasm into the next big part of his plans for conquest. The Red Sea and the Persian Gulf were beckoning to him. But unknown to Albuquerque, as he stood on the bridge of his flagship, his fortune was about to turn dramatically. Not that far ahead of him, a fierce storm was brewing, and fate had decreed that this would be the very last voyage of the Flor de la Mar. It was in late November of 1511 that the mighty Flor de la Mar made her way northwest through the Strait of Malacca. The giant cargo hold of the 400-ton carrack was filled to the brim with an immense treasure of spice and plunder, which was earmarked to be delivered to the King of Portugal. Afonso de Albuquerque, the appointed Portuguese governor of India, and his men knew that they had won a great victory. The city of Malacca was now part of the empire, and Portugal not only had control over the strait that bore its name, but a rich, valuable city which would serve as a base for further expansion into the Pacific Ocean. Spirits were high amongst all the crews of the ships. They knew that if they made it back to Lisbon, they'd be richer than their wildest dreams. However, despite the euphoric mood, danger was fast approaching. As the sun set on that late November day of 1511, the skies grew dark and a massive storm quickly descended on the fleet. Under torrents of heavy rain and fast winds, the Flor de la Mar immediately began to flounder. Wooden boards that were riddled with tornado worms quickly came apart, and the enormous weight of the treasure made the ship nearly unmaneuverable in the high seas. Men ran to pump out as much water as they could, but they knew it was a losing battle as continuous waves slammed into the hull of the ship. Looking on from the bridge, Afonso witnessed a giant wave crash into the forecastle of his vessel, sweeping away 16 men at once. The sailors of his fleet, seeing the flagship being so extensively battered, began to panic. Cohesion amongst all the crews began to break down. One vessel, the Bregas, which was now in the lead, broke formation with the intent to save itself. Several of the other ships witnessing this began to follow suit. Meanwhile, the crew of a captured Javanese junk took advantage of the situation. They mutinied against their Portuguese officers and slaughtered them. The junk then quickly left the fleet behind, escaping any way it could. Its hold was filled with the spoils of war. In the darkness of the early morning, only a few ships remained with Albuquerque, but they were all in major trouble. Between the raging sea and the cyclone-strength winds, the fleet was being pushed ever closer to the Sumatran coast. The Flor de la Mar at this point had drifted into the shoals. Rocks began to tear into the keel. Of all the remaining vessels, it was only the Trinidad that was now in any position to help, her captain seeing the stricken flagship change course to come in to assist. During that time, Afonso kept his men as disciplined as he could, but when another wave slammed in and tore off the rudder, he knew it was time to abandon ship. He ordered his men to cut down all the masts and fashion them into a raft. With a rope that was tied around his waist, he made his way back and forth, evacuating as many men as he could. Some listened to him and boarded the raft with only the clothes on their back. Others, however, went to go and gather up valuables. Most of them were never seen again. Albuquerque finally boarded the lifeboat himself, but as he left, he looked back. He watched as the Flor de la Mar groaned under the stress of the storm, and then broke in two. The aft portion sank immediately. The forward part struck straight up, and in a last defiant stand, slowly made its way beneath the waves. Afonso and his men would have to remain on the raft for hours, clinging desperately for life. It wasn't until the sun came up and the winds began to die down that they were spotted by the Trinidad and eventually rescued. History would record that on November 20th in the year 1511, the Flor de la Mar was destroyed. The loss of the flagship was an immense blow to Portugal. Of a crew of over 500 experienced men, less than 100 made it out alive. All of the records and maps and information that the Portuguese had obtained were now gone. The massive fortune that was worthy of a king sunk to the bottom of that Sumatran shoal. Albuquerque would later claim that it was worth more than all the wealth of India. For those of you who are curious, the current estimated value of that treasure is over 2.6 billion, and it goes without saying that it lies there to this day. It was not until the spring of 1512 that Afonso de Albuquerque made it back to India. He arrived at Cochin, but what he saw on his homecoming was simply appalling. The governor had made the conquest of the Indian Ocean his life's work. On his departure to the east, he had left the nascent Portuguese Empire in a great position. But now the situation had severely deteriorated. His firm and visionary leadership had been replaced by ineptitude, greed, and corruption. His commanders squabbled amongst themselves for personal gain. His soldiers had lost their military edge, and the fleet was in disarray. Even his prized city of Goa was now under siege by the Sultan of Bijapur, who had come back with another massive army. What's even worse, Afonso's campaign in Malacca had lasted so long that many thought he was dead. These men were quick to betray Albuquerque in his absence. The governor of India now had to deal with men who had ascended to strong positions and now firmly opposed him. And perhaps even more underhanded, these same men had actively worked hard to undermine Albuquerque's reputation with the king. Manuel I now viewed Afonso with contempt. Royal letters of praise from the sovereign had become letters of condemnation. Albuquerque had a huge target on his back. He was the man who everyone, including the King of Portugal, now blamed. And of course, the loss of the Flor de la Mar only complicated the situation. For the governor of India, it was now time to get back to work. First and foremost, he began a series of letters to his king. His devotion and his loyalty to his sovereign, after all, were his most valuable possessions. It was what he lived for. In one letter, out of many, he would air his frustrations. Quote, "My liege, I feel as if you abandon India. We lack men, materials, and money. Our ships are rotten. Does your highness know the consequences of neglect and the necessity in which I find myself? I've had to take Malacca twice, Goa twice, make 2 attacks on Hormuz, and travel on the sea on a raft to remedy your affairs and fulfill my duties. Again, I come back to you saying that if you want to avoid war in India and have peace with all kings here, you must send plenty of troops and good weapons. Furthermore, sire, I beg of you, ignore those who would say otherwise. Put your trust in good fortresses. These forts, linked with control of the choke points on the oceans, would grant us Portuguese a domination that would be complete." End quote. After getting done sending off his correspondence, Afonso got to work retraining his men. Discipline had been lost, and he was determined to get it back. In this endeavor, he was helped out greatly by his country. In mid-August of 1512, a fleet arrived from Lisbon. It consisted of 12 new ships and 1,500 well-equipped men. What's more, amongst the new arrivals were specialists who had been trained in the latest Swiss tactics of warfare, which is exactly what Albuquerque needed. The governor was determined to have a well-oiled fighting machine. For the next 2 months, the men of Portugal underwent some of the most rigorous training they had ever experienced. When it was all said and done, he had 32 platoons that combined into a corps of 800 battle-ready soldiers, who, by the way, were itching for a fight. For the next order of business, Albuquerque had to rope in his commanders. In his usual upfront manner, he demanded their allegiance. Those who still opposed him were kept under close scrutiny, or he found creative ways to get rid of them. Power quickly shifted back under his control. When the monsoons ended, Albuquerque knew it was time to act. The Red Sea and the Persian Gulf were the next objectives in his grand plan, but first he knew he needed to secure his hold on India. Thus, he put aside Africa and Arabia for the time being, and he made Goa his next destination. His now revitalized armada departed Cochin and traveled up along the Malabar coast. In late October of 1512, it arrived at the city of Goa. The Portuguese had come back to brawl. It had been nearly 2 years since Alfonso de Albuquerque had taken Goa from Ismail Adil Shah, who was the Sultan of Bijapur. Now, while the Sultan may have been defeated, he was still very powerful. In response, Adil Shah put his long war against the Vijayanagar Empire to the south on hold and returned in early 1512 to retake his city. Under the command of his general, Rasul Khan, the Sultan's forces overran the lands surrounding Goa and then invaded the island of Tisvadi, on which the city was located. The Portuguese and their allies had to retreat behind the city walls, and there they remained surrounded and under siege. At the eastern portion of the island at the Banastaram fort, the Sultan's general built a pontoon bridge and then secured his bridgehead by constructing a powerful fortress. Large wooden stakes were then driven into the Mondovi and the Zuari rivers to protect the fortress from naval attack. Overall, the Sultan's campaign was unfolding really well, but then came the monsoons. The incessant rain made the otherwise grueling ordeal into a vast battle of attrition. Men on both sides now had to fight the elements as well as each other. Weeks turned into months. The defenders of Goa were pressed to the limit as supplies dwindled and their men began to desert, and had this continued, the city would have surely fallen. However, nearing the end of October, Albuquerque arrived with 16 ships and his corps of warriors. He also brought along an additional 3,000 native mercenaries. Arriving at the scene, the governor quickly took in the tactical situation. He knew that the Banastaram fortress was the key to victory, but he also discovered that it was heavily defended with nearly 8,000 men and it bristled with cannons. His enemies had obviously been upgrading their weaponry. Dividing the fleet in two, Afonso sent 12 of his ships along the Mondovi River, and the remaining 4 were deployed up the Zuari. Under sporadic gunfire, the two fleets approached the stockades of large wooden stakes that had been drilled into the riverbed. The ships then destroyed them using their cannons or used cranes to systematically pull them out. Albuquerque then deployed his vessels to blockade the river and destroy the pontoon bridge. By doing so, he had isolated the Sultan's men on the island and had severed their supply lines. The besiegers had now themselves become the besieged. With no further naval opposition, the fleet was then ordered to begin bombarding the Banastaran fortress, which it would do for the next 8 days. During that time, Afonso would run back and forth, commanding his men personally. At times, he would reprimand them for being too reckless in their attacks. But at the same time, he would stand in full sight of enemy cannons, making himself an easy target. Twice, the man standing next to him would take a direct hit from a cannonball and burst into a bloody explosion. Seeing this, both his men and his opponents began to believe that the governor was a man who could not be killed. Now, meanwhile, as the naval bombardment on the Banastaran fortress continued, Rasul Khan intensified his landward attack on Goa. He was more determined than ever to crush the defenders. He simply knew he had no other choice and that time was running out. However, the city garrison had been wisely reinforced with fresh troops, and despite having superiority in numbers, Rasul Khan's attack bogged down, at which point the Portuguese counterattacked. They rushed haphazardly in, attacking chaotically. The confused and fierce battle that ensued left heavy casualties on both sides. When Albuquerque learned of these losses, he was appalled. His forces could not sustain so many casualties. Thus, the governor rushed to the city and began to organize his men into 3 contingents of pikemen. Then his cavalry and archers were formed up into separate units and positioned in reserve. Discipline would be heavily reinforced. When he was ready, and despite being outnumbered, he ordered his men back onto the battlefield. On November 12th, the Portuguese moved out of Goa in a well-ordered formation. The 3 pikemen units took the lead in a near-solid wall, with the cavalry and the archers coming in just behind them. Rasul Khan, in response, deployed his men to engage this incoming force. However, his forces lacked discipline and cohesion. Both sides moved in and clashed on a muddy, rain-soaked field to the east of Goa. The Sultan's men initially held their ground due to their numbers. However, Afonso's extensive training would prove decisive. Roger Crowley in the book The Conquerors described the fighting that ensued. Quote, "Where the noblemen wished to wield their enormous two-handed swords in heroic single combat, the governor instead wanted to deploy organized bodies of men in coherent tactics. As such, the compact body of men, composed of pikemen, archers, and musketeers, wheeled across the battlefield in good order and forced the loosely skirmishing Turks back. Albuquerque had seen the future of warfare, and it was not popular amongst his men. He knew that tactics instead of heroics were needed, that cannon fire from a distance rather than scaling the walls would decide the outcome. But this went deeply against the medieval military culture that had been well entrenched." End quote. As midday approached, the fighting became more intense. The Sultan's men were able to regroup and began to heavily resist. But then the Portuguese cavalry was unleashed in a flanking maneuver that caught Rasul Khan's men completely off guard. Their formation was shattered and they were forced to flee. Many made it back to the Banastaran fortress to take refuge behind their walls, but the unlucky stragglers who took too long to get off the battlefield got stranded in the mud. They were quickly dispatched by the Portuguese, who were in hot pursuit. The Sultan's men who managed to escape that and make it back to the river would now face an even bigger problem. Afonso had his ships in place, and they were determined not to let anyone escape. Volleys of cannon fire were shot into the retreating men. For them, it was a slaughter. The Fidalgos, now sensing glory and perhaps a chance to get rich, wanted to press the attack on the fortress, but they were grudgingly kept in place by their commander, who had something completely different in mind. For the next 2 days, Afonso had his men regroup and get ready for another attack. Their ships and their artillery were primed for another bombardment. Then on November 15th, 1512, Afonso began his final assault. However, this time, he would let his cannons do all the work. Hitting the fortress with the artillery that he had wheeled into place on land and having his ships open up from the water, the Sultan's men were pummeled from all sides. The incessant shelling would continue for the next 72 hours, until finally, on November 18th, Rasul Khan, realizing he had no other options, decided to raise the white flag. The battle for Goa was now over. A Against the strong opposition of his men and from his inner circle of advisors, Afonso negotiated a treaty that allowed the Sultan's army to retreat in peace. From his perspective, he had his prize and didn't have time for these standard mass executions. Granted, he did add some fine print to the treaty. First and foremost, everyone was to recognize that Goa was a part of Portugal. End of story. Second, the Sultan's men had to leave their weapons behind, which included all of their cannons. And third, which some historians argued was a bit personal, all of the Portuguese who had defected and had converted to Islam were to be taken as prisoners. Now, per the peace negotiations, their lives were to be spared, but Albuquerque ordered their ears and their noses to be cut off, followed the next day by their right hands and then their left thumbs. Those that did not die of infection from their wounds were then thrown into prison or sent back to Lisbon to an uncertain fate. In the meantime, with his opponents retreating back to the Sultanate of Bijapur, the governor now finally had time to solidify his hold on Goa. Up to this point, Afonso had distinguished himself on the battlefield. He would now do even better in his administrative role. Goa's defenses were a first priority. Everything was upgraded. The city walls, the barracks, the shipyards, even the fortress at Banastaram was eventually rebuilt. Cannons were then brought in to secure every approach and to fortify every tower. A larger garrison was installed, and Albuquerque even assigned a portion of his fleet with the sole task of guarding what would now become Portugal's capital in India. From the perspective of commerce, Goa also held a considerable amount of leverage. It was, after all, the hub of the Arabian horse trade, a commodity that was essential to the war effort of every kingdom and sultanate in India. As such, Albuquerque began to receive diplomats from everywhere. He masterfully made trade agreements, but at the same time would never fully commit himself politically or militarily to anyone. Thus, the governor had a free hand to play regional powers against one another, and in certain cases, he would even go so far as to supply both sides of a conflict with weapons and horses. And keep in mind, the horse trade alone would bring in profits at 300 to 500%. At one point, the governor of the city of Diu, Malacca, who was a former major enemy, even sent in his ambassador. Afonso, with the idea of keeping your friends close and your enemies closer, had something very special in mind for this envoy. Roger Crowley gives us the account. Quote, Malacca's emissary was treated to a masterclass in intimidation. The unfortunate man was taken on a tour of the shattered defenses of Banastaram, which was wrecked by Portuguese cannon fire. He was then shunted around the impressive stabling of the horse trade, the armories, and the warehouses. He was then shown a large cannon into which his head was thrust, to give him a sense of its mighty size. To finish off, he was strapped into a steel breastplate and then stood up against the wall, while a soldier aimed a musket at his chest. With the crack of the shot, the man thought this was his last hour. However, the bullet bounced harmlessly off. Albuquerque would later explain to his trembling visitor that Portuguese armor was bulletproof and told him to take the breastplate back to his master as evidence. This, of course, was all intended to unnerve. End quote. This demonstration had the effect Afonso wanted. It sent shivers down the spine of anyone that would dare to confront him. Of course, he kinda kept it to himself that the bullet that had been used during this interaction was actually made out of wax. As time progressed, the spice trade began to shift to Goa, which was seen as a much more reliable stronghold to conduct business. Eventually, it would make the other cities of the Malabar coast, like Anovar and Cochin, relative backwaters. The only major obstacle that was now left was the city of Calicut, which had been a persistent thorn in Portugal's side since the time of Vasco da Gama. Every prior action against Calicut had been either ineffective or a military disaster. Indeed, Albuquerque himself had nearly died there. Its king, the Samudri Raja, like his forefathers, had been definitively anti-Portuguese. Afonso, however, came up with a creative solution. Through his sources, he learned that the Samudri's brother was sympathetic to Portuguese interests. Over the course of a few months, he politically courted the man, and when the timing was just right, he suggested to him that perhaps he should simply poison his brother and become the king. Within 1 week, the Samudri Raja was dead and Calicut had become an ally. Under Afonso de Albuquerque, the Portuguese Empire solidified its hold on the Indian Ocean. As a result, wealth poured into Lisbon, and it seemed to come from everywhere. From the Spice Islands of the Pacific, to Malacca on the Malay Peninsula, to the Malabar coast of India, to the rim of Africa, and even the ports of Brazil, money filled King Manuel's treasury. The seas had become a highway for Portugal. Afonso was even able to send back a rare white rhino to his sovereign as a gift. The animal became a spectacle and made the court of Lisbon the envy of Europe. It would even inspire the artist Albrecht Dürer to create his famous rhinoceros woodcut. Now, sadly enough, despite all of his advances, nothing seemed to make the royalty happy. The letters of disdain from the king still arrived like clockwork. A frustrated Albuquerque knew it was time to complete his grand strategy and silence his critics. The Persian Gulf and the Red Sea were the last two objectives of his overall plan. Bottling off the Persian Gulf would control a vast arm of the Indian Ocean trade, and controlling the Red Sea would not only cut off the spice markets of Egypt and thus destroy the Mamluk Sultanate's economy, but it would also put the Republic of Venice at the mercy of Portugal. What's more, it would put Mecca and Medina within easy striking range. Thus, the armada was once again assembled, the army was brought to readiness, and in February of 1513, Afonso de Albuquerque set off to the west. He was now determined to complete his life's work and bring his king's holy war to the heart of Islam. He was dying, and he knew it. Every day was a torment as his body grew weaker. The Portuguese governor of India, Afonso de Albuquerque, was now confined to his quarters aboard his flagship. It was from there that he had to command his armada. He had no other choice. He barely had the strength to stand. But it wasn't just disease that was killing the man. More so than anything, it was a broken spirit. On his desk, there were a stack of letters, many of them from his king, Manuel I. Over the many years of his dedicated service, these letters had become increasingly disdainful. The voices that opposed Albuquerque in the royal court of Lisbon had become stronger. King Manuel had made it clear that he was most displeased. Now keep in mind, Afonso was a man who had committed himself to his country and to his sovereign. Indeed, his body carried the scars of many confrontations and had been worn down in numerous campaigns. Yet, these scornful words that now lay before him wounded him far beyond any physical lesion could possibly accomplish. The armada was now making good speed on its way back to Goa. Along the way, it stopped at the city of Dabul to pick up supplies and gather the latest news. It was there that Afonso learned from his colleagues the dreadful truth. The king had already dispatched a man that was meant to replace him. For Afonso, this was the final blow. A chronicler who witnessed the exchange would recount, "The governor was told things that were a poison to his health and most damaging to his peace of mind. I have no doubt that this most assuredly hastened his death." Leaving Dabul for the final leg of his voyage, both figuratively and literally, Albuquerque retreated into his thoughts. He now had time to painfully recount how things had gotten to such a grave state. His mind drifted over countless battlefields, over raging storms that he and his men had to endure, and to strange exotic cities that now flew the Portuguese flag. However, it was the Red Sea that materialized in his mind, and with it, his campaign to dominate that sea. He took in a deep, sorrowful breath and remembered that that fateful campaign all started with his assault on the city of Aden. The Arabs had a name for the entrance to the Red Sea. They called it the Bab el-Mandeb, which meant the Gate of Grief or the Gate of Lamentation. There was, of course, good reason for this. The 1,400-mile-long body of water was both inhospitable and menacing. It thrust like a sword, dividing the treacherous arid lands of Arabia and North Africa. Hidden in its shallow waters were dangerous rocky shoals that could tear a ship apart. The scorching desert winds that blew over its surface were erratic, unpredictable, and could easily leave one stranded. Above all else, there was almost no fresh water. The Red Sea was a suffocating oven, a death trap to the unprepared or the inexperienced. But that all said, it was also the gateway into which the spice flowed. That dangerous path was offset by the immense potential for wealth. It was, after all, what made the Mamluk Sultanate, and by proxy, the Republic of Venice, insanely rich. Now, located near the entrance to the Red Sea was the fortress city of Aden. It was here, on March 26, 1513, that Afonso de Albuquerque and his armada lay in wait just off the coast. The city itself was located in the caldera of an extinct volcano. One side of the volcanic rim had eroded into the sea. The rest of the rim provided a natural defense, which had 9 jagged peaks, each of which was capped with a formidable fortress. There were no trees or grass, only barren rock and sand, which were consistently blasted by an intense desert wind. It was said that sometimes years would pass without any rain. Yet despite the lack of fresh water, the city was still impressive. Its vast buildings and minarets glistened in the heat of the pre-dawn, and in its crescent-shaped harbor, a multitude of ships lay at anchor. The governor of the city, Amir Mirzan, sent out a delegate to figure out what these new arrivals wanted. Albuquerque, through his experiences, however, had grown very wary of negotiation. Thus, Afonso got right to the point. He stated that he was on his way to Jeddah and then onwards to Suez to destroy the Mamluk armada. All Aden had to do was simply open up its gates and be accommodating. This was, of course, something that Amir Mirzan could never truly agree to. But that really didn't matter because the Portuguese commander had already decided that an assault on the city was his only option. Two hours before dawn, trumpets were sounded across the entire Portuguese armada. Men boarded their landing crafts and made their way to shore. They had crowbars, pickaxes, and battering rams. Some carried barrels of gunpowder, all with the intent of blasting holes in the outer city wall. And if this all failed, they still brought along scaling ladders as a final alternative. The small ships made their way to 2 previously appointed landing zones, but that's when everything went wrong. The landing crafts grounded to a halt some distance from their objective in the shallow water. Much of the siege equipment was lost as the men began to disembark in the unsteady waves. Even worse, the gunpowder got wet, rendering it useless. Regardless, the men of Portugal pushed on. As the sun came up, they made it to the city walls in 3 contingents of 600 men apiece. However, leadership at the squad level began to fall apart. The commanders on the ground still valued personal glory over discipline. The fidalgos began to compete with one another to have the honor of entering the city first. In their pride, cohesion broke down. The direct assault became disordered and failed to breach the main gates, which by now had been heavily reinforced by the city defenders. At this point, in a last-ditch attempt, the scaling ladders went up. Instantly, it was recognized that they were too short to reach the top of the wall. Undaunted, the soldiers climbed up in their heavy armor. They painstakingly clawed their way up the last part of the ramparts. But this was a slow process which caused massive delays. More and more men found themselves stuck on the wooden ladders, which now began to buckle under the weight. In a desperate attempt to help, pikemen came up and braced the ladders with their halberds, but by then, it was too late. One after another, the scaling ladders snapped and broke. The men clinging to them came crashing down. Now, while the lucky ones sustained injuries, those that fell from a distance were killed instantly. Meanwhile, Afonso watched the disaster unfold from his ship. He saw that without his direct involvement, confusion and chaos reigned. The assault continued into midday, and one of the city wall towers was taken. But despite this success, the overall offensive was in massive trouble. Some of the Portuguese attackers began to pull back. As they did, the few remaining soldiers who had made it into the tower now found themselves completely isolated. Some who wanted personal glory and decided there was no other option decided to jump down from the tower into the city only to be skewered alive by the defending garrison. Their countrymen could only watch on, either with a sense of horror or with a sense of pride. Suddenly, an explosion went off and a hole was blasted open in the city wall. An entrance at last. But then, the commander at the breach refused to launch an attack, simply for the fact that he would not be credited for being the first to enter the city. Seeing this hesitation in their opponents, the defenders of Aden counterattacked with a vengeance. The men in the tower were quickly dispatched. The bearer of the flag of Portugal fell dead, his head pierced with an arrow. Before long, the city walls were retaken by the defenders, and then a row of severed Portuguese heads were mounted from spears from the battlements. Looking on from a distance, Afonso knew he had lost the initiative. There was nothing left for him to do but limit his losses and retreat. He gave the order to withdraw, and his 3 contingents made their way back to the ships, salvaging as much as they could along the way. It was clear to everyone that the attack on Aden had become a complete disaster. There was no doubt that Afonso had been defeated. With a very heavy heart, the armada set sail to depart. As it left, it unleashed its firepower into the ships in the harbor of Aden, which were soon reduced to smoldering wrecks. Albuquerque wanted to prove that he still had his dominance on the water, but there was no disputing that the fortress city of Aden would remain defiant. The Portuguese ships made their way to the west towards the Red Sea, and by April of 1513 they had arrived at the entrance, what the Arabs would call the Bab el-Mandeb, the Gate of Grief, or Lamentation. It wouldn't be long before the Portuguese would learn exactly what that meant. Some felt that they were traveling into the Temple of the Antichrist, whereas Afonso took it as a major milestone. Never before had the Christians arrived with such force at the Red Sea. He would say, "We arrived at the mouth of the straits and put on the best show we could, with cannon fire, trumpets, and flags." However, despite his exuberance, the men of Portugal were gripped with fear. Some felt that they were simply being led to their death. These were, after all, hostile and unfamiliar waters. With some degree of trepidation, the armada made its way cautiously up the Red Sea, only traveling during the day to avoid unknown shoals. As they made their way, they noticed that the fierce storms of the Indian Ocean had now been replaced by the harsh desert winds of Arabia and Africa. It didn't take them long to figure out that this wind was laced with sand that was abrasive to the skin and eyes and at times could make even breathing a challenge. They noticed that the lush vegetation of India had now become barren, arid wilderness. But most of all, they noticed that fresh water was nearly non-existent. 200 miles north of the Bab el-Mandeb, the fleet took anchor at the island of Cameron, where finally water was found. Afonso was determined to go on and sailed further up the Red Sea, but abruptly the wind died and the fleet was stuck. For more than 20 nerve-wracking days, the governor anchored his ships in the middle of the sea, a naval citadel. Meanwhile, his men grew tense as his water supply ran out. With little other choice, Albuquerque was forced to return to the island of Cameron. There, he and his men would remain for the next 3 months, awaiting an enemy that strangely did not appear. The governor, however, was not idle during his stay on Cameron. Afonso would deploy his men on a massive mission of reconnaissance. Everything they discovered was painstakingly recorded: the climate, the politics, the political affiliation of the local tribes, and even the details on the local flora and fauna would be written down. In this way, Afonso learned the gold mines of Ethiopia, the pearl fisheries of the Arabian coast, and how the traders of spice managed to make their way along the entire sea passage. The few ships that they managed to spot making their way down the Red Sea were immediately captured. Their crews were tortured, interrogated, and then shaken down for any information. Afonso desperately wanted to know more of the Mamluk fleet that was supposedly being built at Suez, and what he discovered was that there was no fleet. His informants, who had by now made it as far as Cairo, had learned that nearly all of the shipments of critical lumber from Lebanon had been intercepted and destroyed by the Knights of St. John. As there was no wood coming into the shipyards, there was thus no opposing armada. Afonso now knew that the Portuguese were not just dominant on this water, they held complete supremacy. The governor contemplated the potential of what he had. In a letter to his king, he would talk about securing the gold trade of Ethiopia, and then suggested a grand campaign where the Kingdom of Portugal would return with massive reinforcements. They would land at the port of Jeddah, march inland on Mecca and Medina, and then onwards to conquer Jerusalem itself. The governor even started to make preparations for this. To the horror of his men who wanted to leave the inferno of the Red Sea, Afonso contemplated building a fortress at Cameron. But before this could get built, logistics would force Albuquerque's hand. Food began to run extremely thin, water was limited, and then a strange illness gripped his men. A chronicler would describe it as a fever that came on with 2 to 3 fits a day. Men would begin to hemorrhage and cough up blood. When it was all said and done, over 500 men died of this plague, which, by the way, was a third of the expedition. It was clear to all that it was time to go. Thus, the armada set sail and began to make its way back. Afonso de Albuquerque would later be denounced in the court of Lisbon for failing to take Aden and Suez, but he had done more than he could have realized. Roger Crowley in the book Conquerors explains, quote, "The incursion into the Red Sea completely stunned the Islamic world. After the attack on Aden, its sheikh dispatched fast-racing camels with news up the Arabian Peninsula to Jeddah and Mecca. The alarmed Mecca garrison immediately marched to Jeddah ready for a last-ditch defense. Another camel hurried the news from Mecca to Cairo in just 9 days. By May 23rd of 1513, it was common knowledge, and the city was in panic. The Sultan was beside himself. There were special invocations at Friday prayers. A regimental corps was hurriedly gathered for inspection and then pressed into service. Everywhere, there were alarms going off. It was realized that the Red Sea could be effectively cut in two, that there was no fleet capable of resisting the Portuguese, and that the heartlands of the Islamic world now lay completely open." End quote. The Portuguese presence in the Red Sea paralyzed the Muslim nations of the Middle East with fear. From that point onwards, the Mamluk Sultanate would shift to a much more defensive strategy. But their inability to expel the Portuguese with force did not go unnoticed and made them look weak, something that other nations, like the Ottomans, would in time completely exploit. Meanwhile, by August of 1513, Albuquerque and his armada had passed through the Bab el-Mandeb, leaving the Red Sea behind. As they sailed east, they passed through Aden once again, shelling the city as they went. Afonso took in the scene once more. His capable mind quickly realized that he could take the city without even firing a shot. From his experience in the Red Sea, it struck him that all he would have to do is to blockade its supply of water. As a result, the governor had already set into motion his plan to return. Afonso woke up in a daze of fever. He was drenched in sweat. As he looked around, he recognized that he was in his cabin on board his flagship. It was early December of 1515, and his final voyage was coming to an end. Goa was just a few days away. Once again, he only had the strength to contemplate his life as he was confined to his bed. He thought back with mixed feelings about the aftermath of his Red Sea campaign in late 1513. It still surprised him that it was 2 years prior. He remembered then how his fleet had barely made its way across the Indian Ocean and back to the Malabar coast. As his thoughts went back to that time, he recalled that when he arrived in India, his ships were falling apart. Indeed, one sank on the journey home from the Red Sea. Home. That word home resonated with him. It was now how he felt about Goa, and not so much about Lisbon. Once the Armada was back in port, Albuquerque, at the expense of his own forces, devoted all of his resources to preparing the spice fleet for its journey back to Portugal. Despite Afonso's disfavor in Lisbon, he made it a priority to make the spice flow. He was still as devoted as ever to his king and to his country. However, all the thanks that he seemed to get for his effort were a seemingly endless amount of very demeaning letters from King Manuel in the royal court. That said, by early 1514, the governor had very little left to launch a new campaign. Instead, he focused on reinforcing Portugal's position in India. Throughout that year of 1514, fortresses were updated, men were trained, and envoys were sent to all the local powers to establish a much more secure position. He worked hard during that time to cut down corruption in his own developing bureaucracy and made it a point to prevent prejudice against the local population. Indeed, Afonso continued his prior practice of encouraging intermarriage. Gaspar Carrera, his secretary, would say of him, quote, "The governor would get up before dawn and go with his guard to hear mass. He then rode along with a cane in his hand and a straw hat on his head, and with his soldiers he would tour the shore and the walls to inspect the work that was going on. Thus he saw everything with his own eyes and commanded personally what was to be done. His 4 secretaries trailed after him with paper and ink in hand, so that when he issued orders and dispatches, he could sign them right there on horseback as he went." End quote. The man may have been 60 years old, but he still worked himself to exhaustion. Of course, it was also still a dangerous time for the governor. In the last few months of 1514, there was an attempt on Albuquerque's life. His food was poisoned in a conspiracy that was concocted by one of his own men, a death he narrowly avoided. Undaunted, Afonso continued with his grand strategic vision to bring the Indian Ocean under Portuguese control. By the end of 1514, he had rebuilt his fleet, stocked up ammunition and gunpowder, and had trained his men for another fight. It was early the next year, in 1515, that he was determined to get back to Aden and subjugate the Red Sea. But just as his forces were preparing to get underway, a new opportunity presented itself. It wasn't the Red Sea, but rather the Persian Gulf that would be Albuquerque's next objective. Near the entrance of the Persian Gulf was the city of Hormuz. It was a pivotal trading center that dealt not just with spice, but was renowned for its commerce and horses. The city was powerful, opulent, and wealthy. Above all, it was strategically located. Anybody that controlled the city could essentially shut down the Persian Gulf. What's more, it was through its fabled market that the wealth of Persia flowed into the Indian Ocean. Now, for many years, Hormuz had a king, but the real power lay in the hands of the vizier, who kept a very tight leash over his sovereign. Any king of Hormuz that strayed too far out of line was blinded, tortured, imprisoned, and/or killed, though not necessarily in that order. Indeed, the dungeon of the city palace was stocked with a bunch of former kings who were slowly rotting away in their cells. It was even said that sometimes the current incumbent was given a tour of the dungeon as a warning. As a result, the king lived in a perpetual state of dread of his vizier. It was, to say the least, an unstable situation that someone would take advantage of. Afonso de Albuquerque had been to the Persian Gulf 8 years prior. During that time, he had conducted a savage campaign of conquest. He briefly held the city of Hormuz, but discontent amongst his men made his hold untenable. In 1507, he was forced to retreat, but he vowed to return. He simply needed an opportunity to present itself. By 1515, Afonso learned that there had been a revolution in the city. A new vizier named Rais Nur ad-Din had come to power and had placed a puppet king named Turin Shah on the throne. However, the vizier had a nephew named Rais Hamad, who was even more ruthless and definitively anti-Portuguese. Rais Hamad staged his own coup and then had both the king and the vizier imprisoned. For the governor, this was going to be definitively bad for business. Afonso wasn't going to take any chances with his new ruler, and so he brought together 27 ships, 1,700 men, and 700 Indian mercenaries. His armada left Goa in February of 1515. Abandoning his plan for the conquest of the Red Sea and the city of Aden, he diverted to the Persian Gulf and arrived at Hormuz by mid-March. The inhabitants of the city awoke that morning with a vast Portuguese force staring them down. Rais Hamad, however, had been informed of the Europeans' approach. The city had been heavily fortified, barricaded, and stocked with cannons. Provisions had been gathered for a prolonged siege, and the city garrison had been primed for action. The message was clear. If Albuquerque wanted to fight, he was going to get a big one. The governor took in the tactical situation and saw that a direct assault on the city would have been a prolonged, bloody affair. So instead, he opted for diplomacy. First and foremost, Albuquerque refused to talk directly with Rais Hamad, insisting that he would only talk with the true king. Thus, Turin Shah was brought forth from his imprisonment and paraded out to meet the Portuguese. Secretly, Rais Hamad wanted to draw out Afonso de Albuquerque under the terms of truce and kill him, so he decided to play along with the talks. Negotiations continued for the next few days, and the king, Turan Shah, finally agreed that the Portuguese should have a small spot in the city to rest after their long voyage. This was all that Albuquerque needed to act, and he made it a point to move quickly. From his experience during his Malacca campaign, the governor had prefabricated fortifications deployed from his ships in the middle of the night. The spot in the city that the governor chose was a small hill that overlooked the royal palace. In the course of a single night, his men moved in and fortified the hill. Large baskets were brought down and filled with sand. Barricades and screens were also put into place, and finally, stockades were constructed that could support a host of cannons. On the morning of April 2nd, 1515, Rais Hamad awoke to see a heavily armed fortress that had been constructed, seemingly in the night, with cannons that were now bearing down on his palace. As can be imagined, the man was beyond furious. Tensions at this point between the Persian and the Portuguese forces were greatly escalated, but both sides knew that if hostilities broke out, the city would be heavily damaged, if not razed to the ground. Thus, negotiations had to continue, which in a way worked out for both commanders. On one end, Rais Hamad wanted nothing more than to get Afonso into a vulnerable spot and assassinate him. On the other end, Albuquerque wanted to keep the city intact, and therefore he reassured Rais Hamad and King Turan Shah that he had only come for the purposes of trade and commerce, and wanted absolutely nothing to do with any type of conquest, though one could argue he did have an armada at his back. The talks worked out. It was eventually decided that on April 18th of 1515, a conference would be held to decide on the terms of a new treaty. Afonso wanted to make sure that the negotiations were going to go really well. He did everything he could to make the scene as inviting as possible. The governor went out of his way to create a pavilion that was richly decorated and intricately adorned. The best food was brought out and gifts were arranged for the king and Rais Hamad. It was agreed, however, that no one should be armed. Rais Hamad reluctantly agreed, but seeing this as an opportunity to attack the Portuguese leader, he kept several weapons hidden under his clothes. The conference began in the morning. Rais Hamad and King Turan Shah approached Afonso, who was sitting at a table. Surrounding him were only a few men that were all bearing gifts. Rais Hamad approached first and sat down, waiting for his opportunity to strike. The king obediently took his spot next to him. The governor reached out his hand in a gesture of greeting, and Rais Hamad did likewise. The two men shook hands. But then, suddenly, Afonso quickly reached out and grabbed Rais Hamad's wrist and swiftly pulled him closer. With his other hand, Afonso pulled out a concealed dagger and with all his strength, plunged it into Hamad's chest. As he did so, he yelled out to his men, "Take him," who in turn dropped their gifts to uncover the swords that they had hidden behind them. These men lunged forward and stabbed Rais Hamad so violently that their weapons entirely pierced through the man. He was killed instantly. King Turan Shah, who was still holding a cup in his hand and clearly had no idea what just happened, was immediately doused with blood. The garrison in the city, who saw this attack, rushed in to help, but by then it was too late. Portuguese and Indian soldiers appeared from their well-camouflaged positions and surrounded the governor. In a matter of a few minutes, it was all over. Rais Hamad was clearly dead. Portuguese soldiers had moved in. Afonso had a fortress with cannons trained on the city, and King Turan Shah was in his possession. When the commotion in Hormuz had settled down, the king was brought to the palace. There, in front of the inhabitants of the city, he declared that the Portuguese were to be his greatest ally. The markets and the commerce of the city were to be at their disposal and their supervision. What's more, to show just how appreciative he was, he would allow the Europeans to build a fortress in his city, and he would even pay for the construction. Of course, in reality, King Turan Shah really had no other choice. Had he said anything else, well, let's just say he wouldn't have lasted for very long. Hormuz would remain theoretically under the control of its king, but it had clearly become a vassal state. For the foreseeable future, it would be commanded from Goa. Afonso deployed a garrison to occupy the city, and on May 3rd of 1515, the foundation of the fortress began. Like in many cities before, the Portuguese would position their fortress near the water to protect the harbor and therefore have control over all commerce. The grueling work would continue at a frantic pace in the heat and humidity of the Persian Gulf for months on end. Albuquerque, of course, would closely supervise every aspect. However, as the walls went up, exhaustion, dehydration, and disease would set in. As spring became summer, the weather grew even more intense, and it was then that dysentery broke out and men began to die. Nothing at all seemed to curb the outbreak. In fact, at one point, Afonso became angry with his doctors. He had them pressed into service at the construction site to understand what his men were going through. He was remembered by a chronicler as saying to them, "You get a doctor's pay, and yet you have no idea about the illness that afflicts the men who serve the King our Lord. Very well, I will teach you what they are dying of." Despite his harsh methods, the fortress continued to go up, seemingly against all the odds. As it did, word spread of this Portuguese commander who had raced back and forth across the Indian Ocean and had brought several nations to bear. His enemies would soon call him the Lion of the Sea. Afonso de Albuquerque was gaining an almost legendary status as one who could neither be defeated or killed in battle. However, his amazing luck would not hold out for much longer. In August of 1515, as construction on the fortress continued, the governor began to have fevers. Within a few days, he started to lose his strength. Like many of his men, Afonso had become infected. It soon became known to all that he had dysentery. As the disease progressed, Albuquerque grew weaker and weaker, yet he felt compelled not to leave his post. He just couldn't leave until he was sure that the fort was a defensible structure, and so he persisted on in the intense heat and humidity. It wasn't until early November that he was satisfied that the Portuguese position in Hormuz was secure, and then on November 8th he asked for his confessor, bid farewell to his commanders, and then departed the Persian Gulf. His very final voyage was a grueling affair as life seeped out of his body. To complicate matters, he learned from a ship that his men captured in the Gulf of Cambay that his king had replaced him as governor of India and that a replacement was on his way. This was later confirmed when he arrived at the city of Dabul. With a heavily wounded spirit, he ordered the royal standard on his flagship to be brought down. He was, after all, no longer the governor. As his fleet sailed down the Malabar coast, Afonso would write his final letter to King Manuel. It was dated December 6, 1515. Quote, "Sire, I do not write to your highness in my own hand because at the making of this letter I am dying. I leave India with all the principal points taken and in your power. This is what your highness committed to me. I place my confidence in the hands of your highness and the Lady Queen. I commend myself to you both to promote my affairs. I die in your service." End quote. With a trembling hand, he had only the strength to sign this letter. A few days later, on December 15th, Afonso de Albuquerque arrived in the Mondovi River within sight of Goa. He had his men raise him to the window so he could look on the city he felt so much pride in one last time. With that, he would take his final breath, knowing that despite all that he had done, his king had lost faith in him. He would die a broken man. Early the next year, in March of 1516, 3 months after Afonso had died, a fleet arrived in Goa from Lisbon. Amongst all the new ships and new troops was a letter that King Manuel had dispatched for Afonso. It read, quote, "Afonso de Albuquerque, friend, news has reached us via Venice that the Sultan's fleet has gone to India, in which case, though we have commanded your return, we deem it imperative that you should stay. From the experience we have had of you and of your service, and the victory which our Lord has always given you, we feel it would be of the greatest comfort to know we have you there. We rely wholly upon you, and if you execute these, our commands, we shall feel as much at rest as though we could attend to them in person." End quote. It was the redemption that Albuquerque had always wanted, the one thing that had more value to him than all the wealth of India, but by then, it was too late. Afonso had been in the Indian Ocean for approximately 9 years, but during that time he had worked relentlessly to build his king's empire. During his career, Afonso de Albuquerque had repeatedly proven that he was a commander who had incredible tactical and strategic insight. He had been nearly killed at Calicut, survived the destruction of the Frol de la Mar in Sumatra, and had suffered the heat of the Red Sea. The man had defeated an army of elephants in Malacca, assassinated a tyrant in Hormuz, and had subdued the East African coast with diplomacy and violence. Albuquerque had managed to cheat death in several encounters, but throughout, his grand strategic vision never faltered. His ability to negotiate, intimidate, and influence had nearly no equal. Some historians would later claim that his work almost single-handedly laid the foundation of the world's first global empire. With his death, King Manuel would never again have such a capable, committed, and most importantly, loyal commander. Through his dedication, Afonso de Albuquerque earned his title, the Lion of the Sea, and while he never got the recognition of his king that he so eagerly wanted, India for him would forever be the greatest adventure of his life. In September of 1503, Vasco da Gama returned from his second voyage to India. He was a hero to his nation and had ascended to the status of a living legend. Now granted, not all of his men had made it back, mistakes had been made, and there were deeds that were done that were just downright dreadful. But for the Admiral of India, as he was known, the spice trade had made him fabulously rich and famous. King Manuel would lavish him further with grants and exempted him from paying taxes, but the explorer now turned conquistador/crusader wanted much more. Vasco, after all, was still just a fidalgo, a gentleman of the court, which in his mind meant he was nothing more than a petty noble. He knew he had no major title to distinguish himself. Thus, he would appeal to his sovereign repeatedly for promotion and lordship, especially over his hometown of Sinesh, to which he got majorly turned down. So, when Gama didn't get what he wanted, he became even more pushy and some would argue pretentious, which proved to be a major mistake. He was seen as ungrateful and demanding. King Manuel quickly lost favor in him, and the nobles of the court used that to trash his character. Yes, it was argued that he did find the sea passage to India. Yes, he brought back spice that was worth nearly its weight in gold. And yes, he made his king and his country extremely rich. But the nobility was also quick to point out his failures. He had, after all, failed to subdue the king of Calicut, the Zamorin. He had lost ships and men in the process. And what's more, they would add that his uncle Vicente Sodre, who had been assigned to protect the nascent Portuguese fortress in Cochin, had failed in his duty. That impetuous man had gone off to plunder the Red Sea and had died in his attempt, losing most of his fleet and his men in the process. This doomed campaign in the Red Sea was a major step back for Portugal and was even more bad press for Vasco da Gama's ambitions. As a result, the Admiral of India had fallen from grace due to his ego. He had become a pariah, a persona non grata. Vasco would fade into political obscurity, and there he would remain for the next 2 decades. In those intervening 20 years, the political and economic landscape had changed dramatically. While Portugal may have led the charge in the Age of Discovery and had created for itself a global empire, its Iberian neighbor, Castile and Aragon, now a major rival, had caught up very quickly. They had also started to colonize the Americas, they began to lay claim to islands in the Pacific, and they had absolutely no qualms on poaching talent. In fact, in 1518, Ferdinand Magellan, who was originally a Portuguese explorer that had made it as far as Malacca and had valuable insight into the location of the Spice Islands, changed his allegiance, took a better office, and became a servant of the Spanish crown, if for no other reason that he felt that he was being passed over for promotion. Sound familiar? Vasco da Gama, not wanting to miss out on any potential leverage, threatened to defect as well. So in 1519, King Manuel I finally granted him a feudal title. He would now be known as the Count de Vidigueiro, though many historians say this title was given more to save face. It would have looked, after all, a little embarrassing if Manuel had lost as Admiral of India. Now, when Manuel I died in 1521, his son, John III, or João III, came to power. He, unlike his father, trusted and admired Vasco da Gama, who would soon become a close advisor to the new king. Now keep in mind that John III had inherited a vast Portuguese empire that was now fragmenting due to ineptitude and corruption. The new king knew it was time for reform, and Vasco da Gama, who was a firm, unwavering man who was firmly committed to following all the rules that his king had laid down, seemed like the perfect fit. So in 1524, John III promoted Vasco to become the second Portuguese viceroy of India. He commanded him to return to the Indian Ocean and there to bring order. On April 9, 1524, the new viceroy departed from Lisbon with 14 top-of-the-line ships and 3,000 men. The fleet was so big that even a few women managed to sneak on board. With him was also Estevão and Paulo da Gama, Vasco's two sons. Just before the fleet departed, Estevão was promoted to Capitão Mor de Mar de India, meaning the Captain Major of the Indian Sea. Leaving the waters of the Tagus River behind, the fleet made its way from Lisbon into the Atlantic Ocean. It then followed the path that Gama had taken before, hugging the West African coast for several hundred miles before making its bearing to the southwest. Vasco and his men then made the now very familiar counterclockwise maneuver into the South Atlantic, bringing it nearly within sight of the South American coast. The trip was vastly different than the last time that the viceroy had attempted this passage. The waters, the coast, the currents, the winds were much better known. What's more, the voyage was now dotted with other Portuguese vessels, not so much exploring, but rather racing to fulfill quotas, bringing in spice, and transporting valuables from ports located on 4 continents. As Gama neared the tip of Africa, it was no longer for them an unknown destination. Instead, there were now ports and shipyards, docks and strongpoints, and most importantly, fortresses all along the way. What were once small towns, plantations, and trading outposts had grown, some into impressive cities. And keep in mind, all of these positions were strategically chosen to concentrate the trade into choke points that could be taxed, monitored, and controlled. There could be no arguing. Portugal had indeed come a long way in a very short time. Gama's fleet made its way past the tip of Africa and then sailed northwards up towards the Red Sea. The cities of the East African coast that they passed were also under the Portuguese hegemony. It wasn't until August of 1524 that they arrived at the Horn of Africa. The fleet then set its bearing to the east and began to cross the vast Indian Ocean. By September of 1524, they finally caught sight of India. Now, despite all the advances in knowledge and experience, the voyage was not without loss. The India run may have been a well-traversed, well-known highway at this point for the Portuguese, but it was still a dangerous route. On this particular voyage, 5 ships, their crew, and their cargo had been lost, of which one of them went down crossing the final leg in the Indian Ocean. On his arrival, the situation in India was now vastly different for Vasco da Gama. He was, after all, no longer an explorer, but rather an administrator of a powerful and growing empire. Similar to other areas on the globe, the Portuguese had a stronghold on the trade routes. Several major cities had fortresses that flew the flag of Portugal, and the Indian Ocean was now crossed with fleets of Portuguese ships. What's more, Goa had grown into a magnificent eastern capital. As the viceroy's flagship laid anchor, the waters around him began to churn and shudder. It was the effect of an underwater earthquake. Many of his men began to panic, but Vasco da Gama, living up to his character, stood defiantly on deck and shouted, "Courage, my friends! The sea trembles for fear of you." As Nigel Cliff would say in his book The Last Crusade, Gama was back. The viceroy made his way to the city of Chaul. The harbor was defended by a Portuguese fort that had been built 3 years prior. An entire settlement had grown around it. From there, he made his way to Goa, where he was received like a king. He was treated to a lavish feast, a major public spectacle, and was literally carried to the new fort and cathedral. Vasco came with purpose and set to work almost immediately, establishing order and stamping out corruption. Many of the current administrators were brought up on charges of incompetence, and some were banished entirely from India. Gama then made it a point to organize the military and upgrade the navy, which was in a serious state of neglect. During this time, the viceroy learned that the Malabar coast to the south had become infested by pirates. Thus, the revitalized Portuguese navy was mobilized for action. In November of 1524, Vasco left Goa behind and made his way to the city of Cochin. What followed was a savage campaign of annihilation. Any unauthorized vessel was quickly captured and destroyed. Their crews would sometimes disappear entirely. Pirate bases that were discovered were rooted out and eliminated. The fleet eventually took anchor at the city of Kannur, where several more corrupt officials were dealt with. Gama, in his position of strength, even scolded the ruler of the city, the Kolatari Raja, for daring to trade with Muslims. It wasn't until the end of 1524 that the viceroy came into the harbor of Cochin. It had been 21 years since he had last set foot in the city. Cochin now had an impressive fort and an entirely Portuguese suburb. Once again, Vasco began a major series of reforms. He demanded that each one of his sea captains would now require a license, and he introduced a system of audits. Nigel Cliff, in his book, gives a glimpse of just how industrious he was. Quote, "The old explorer had always ruled with steely discipline, and now he was adopting a zero-tolerance approach to running his empire. Anyone who disliked the new austerity the viceroy announced was free to go back to Portugal." Gama had set himself a punishing program, and he refused to slow down. He dispatched 2 ships to Ceylon to secure the spice trade, and 4 to the Maldives to attack a nest of Muslim pirates. He readied a squadron to head to the Red Sea under the command of his son, Estavo, and he summoned a Genoese master builder to design a fleet of new vessels that could outpace the pirate craft of the Malabar coast. The man was unrelenting because he knew that there were more threats on the horizon. The Ottomans were amassing to the north, and with every passing year, it seemed increasingly likely that they would go all out to challenge Portugal's control of the oceans. And the Spanish had to be confronted as well. Treaty or no treaty, Gama vowed that if he had his way, Spain's ships would mysteriously vanish, along with their crews. End quote. The Portuguese Empire in the Indian Ocean seemed as if it had finally gotten the right man to rule it, but this would not last for long. In December of 1524, Vasco's relentless drive began to slow down. It soon became clear to everyone that this 64-year-old man was suffering from an affliction. Gama started having fevers. He would fatigue easily, his skin turned yellow, and boils appeared on his neck. And mind you, some of these were so severe that it prevented him from turning his head. As December came to a close, the viceroy no longer had the strength to get up. Before long, he was confined to his bed. Deep down inside, he knew his life was coming to an end. With his last remaining strength, he asked for his confessor. History would record that he died at 3 a.m. on Christmas Eve in the year 1524. The death of Vasco da Gama was the end of an era for the Portuguese. He was the man that found the sea passage to India and in turn unlocked the riches of the spice trade. As a direct result, Portugal, which had been an otherwise marginalized country, now found itself with the means to establish a massive trade empire that would span over 4 continents. This empire would continue to grow. Places where the Portuguese had already established a foothold would be expanded. In India, forts would be set up in the city of Diu, Daman, and Mumbai, to name a few. In Africa, further territory would be captured, and far to the east in the Spice Islands, bases would be established. By 1526, Portugal arrived in what is now Bangladesh, and 2 years later, they would have a colony in the city of Chittagong. That same year, Papua New Guinea would be quote-unquote discovered. To the north, a series of conflicts in China would result in a trade agreement by 1554, which would enable the Portuguese to create an outpost in Macau. This, in time, would become a formidable stronghold. Then, in the fateful year of 1543, ships that were destined to get to China were blown off course in a storm and instead arrived at the island of Taganashima. For the Portuguese, this would be their first contact with Japan. Literally on the other side of the world, Portuguese holdings in Brazil would be greatly expanded. Much like the North American British colonies, by 1574 there would be 15 colonies established in South America. Back at the center of the Indian Ocean, the city of Goa would reign supreme. By some historians, it would be regarded as the Rome of the East. At its height, it would have a population of over 200,000, rivaling Paris and even Lisbon. However, as with any empire, as it expanded, so would its list of enemies. No matter where the Portuguese were, they would never be fully trusted. To the locals of every land they were in, they would always be regarded as those foreign devils, or some variant thereof. Revolts and uprisings would be commonplace. Pirates abounded on the oceans to prey on the convoys. But those were not even the biggest threats. New major rivals were emerging. In 1524, a warlord from Central Asia named Babur, who happened to be a descendant of Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, would invade India and establish the Delhi Empire, or as he would call it, the House of Timur. Europeans would call it the Mughal Empire, and it was destined to make massive advances into the subcontinent and write its own chapter in history. Just about 15 years later, in 1538, the Ottomans, after subjugating the Mamluks of Egypt, would launch their own invasion of the Indian Ocean and laid siege to the city of Diu. The subsequent Ottoman-Portuguese War would last over 30 years, raging over India, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. Domestically, the empire would also face a serious blow. In 1578, the King of Portugal, Sebastian I, would lead a crusade into Morocco. Despite the enthusiasm, on August 4, 1578, this crusade would dramatically end at the Battle of Albuquerque, where the young king was recorded as riding hard and fast into battle, and then was never seen again. Sebastian I died without an heir and plunged Portugal into a succession crisis. Neighboring Spain was quick to act. In 1580, King Philip II politically outmaneuvered his neighbor and seized the throne of Portugal. He incorporated it into what would be known as the Iberian Union. It would take 60 years for Portugal to again be an independent nation. Even after Portugal was able to re-establish self-rule, its decline would continue. Coordinating and managing such a large territory was not an easy task, especially as it was attempted from an autocratic perspective. In essence, it was either the king's way or nothing at all. Corruption and greed would inevitably set in. However, it was the economics of the Portuguese Empire that would play perhaps the most major role in its deterioration. The authoritative economy was unyielding and inflexible. Control came from Lisbon alone. For all intents and purposes, the empire failed to adapt to changing times. Now, meanwhile, rivals like the Dutch were quick to adopt a more free market economy. Rank-and-file people could pool their money together and initiate their own enterprise. Before long, you'd have entities like the Dutch East India Company, which was established in 1602. These precursor corporations would have enough resources to fund their own armies and navies. They could thus expand their king's domain, and it would cost the nobility almost nothing. And let's make no mistake, the profit motive made people ruthless. Now, the strength of the Dutch in time would increase in the Indian Ocean. By the 17th century, they would prove to be a major contender. Indeed, the Dutch-Portuguese War, as it would be known, would rage for 65 years and would see military action in South America, Africa, Asia, and the Malay Archipelago, the latter of which would come under Dutch control. But they would not be the only European power. Then came the British, who began to seize territory wherever they could and made massive inroads in India. The empire that Portugal established would fade into obscurity, and even now it's not that well known, recognized, or represented in the history books. However, it was the Portuguese daring, sacrifice, ingenuity, and outright audacity that created a precedence that every other nation raced to copy. Despite all the empires that seem to have shared in the spotlight of history, the Spanish, the British, the French, it was the Portuguese that came first.